The quarterly workshop is called to order, and for purposes of discussion today, Councilmember Jurinsky, we will pronounce criminal and criminals, if I understand it right. Criminals.
We're going to emphasize.
And criminals.
Right.
Okay,
right.
Thank you. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Zvonek.
Oh, I'm up. Well, thanks, everybody. Good afternoon. And for some of you, I guess it's morning still. I heard a lot about the time.
Some of us don't go to bed at 8 p.m.
Yeah, I didn't either. I was in a Nuggets game still. Anyway, a year ago at this time, I think we had some conversations at the same table about the need for a strategic plan or updating our strategic plan. There had been some work prior to a number of us being on council, and I thought that the opportunity with the new city manager, our newly elected council, that we could use this opportunity today to ask Jason to bring to us, along with recommendations from staff, a strategic plan that we can help provide our input and feedback to, but ask them to bring the foundation of it, and then this will allow us to inject what we think should be the priorities around some of the key initiatives or strategic initiatives that they brought forward, and use this workshop to hopefully leave here today with a better sense of what the strategic plan is for the city. I think it's important, if you go into, I'm sure, any large corporation in America, you ask the board of directors and the key stakeholders, what is our vision, and where are we going? You'd probably get 12, 13, whatever the number is, consistent answers. And it's my hope that we can get to a place to where consistently, whether you're on council, a senior member of the city staff, you know what the vision is, what our strategic initiatives are, and that we can start connecting that strategic initiatives throughout the entire of the city organization. So with that, I want to kick it over to Jason and just thank everybody for.
So I'm going to introduce Mike Gratz. So Mike is with Rocky Mountain Performance Excellence. It's a community of practice around performance excellence, around strategic planning. I saw Mike at CML last year, and this is at the time when we were, from a staff perspective, really getting into refreshing our strategic vision and framework, and so the timing was very good. So we've had some good conversations with Mike. I want to let him introduce himself, kind of tell you a little bit about Rocky Mountain Excellence, and then I'll walk you through some of the work we've done, and then really get into the meat of today's exercise. So Mike.
Thank you. Thanks for having me today. So the title of today's, the first 2 hours of today is City Council Brainstorming Session. I'm going to tell you, I've never done this in less than 4 hours, and Jason challenged me to do it in 2. So this is going to be like speed dating for ideas, right? And you'll come to understand that as we move through the process. So I'm going to walk you through the agenda first, and then I'll tell you a little bit more about myself. We're going to spend the first, that agenda's out of date. The first 20 minutes reviewing some key contextual information. Then we're going to go through an exercise that we call independent brainstorming, and I'll explain to you what that is when we get there. And then after that, we're going to go through 5 rounds of brainstorming as a group. That's why you see 5 stations set up around the room. We'll take a little break through the middle of the process. We're then going to discuss next steps, and then finally close with plus delta aha. So we've got a really, really fast agenda. It's going to be highly energized. You're going to be working with folks from various departments around the city and teams. People usually enjoy this, so I'm hoping you'll have a good time today. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. So I spent my first 30 years in the environmental industry, working all across North America. I was an entrepreneur. And what I came to realize is the power of performance excellence, what it meant to be continuous, engaged in continuous improvement. At Rocky Mountain Performance Excellence, I've been the executive director now for 4 years. We're a nonprofit. We're based here in Colorado, primarily volunteers. I'm one of the few paid staff, if you will. We serve Colorado, Wyoming, Montana, and Nebraska. And when people come to me and say, why REMPEX, why performance excellence, why would I do this? I tell folks it's always about making work better. Right? When we make work better, it means more than just making it better for employees. Obviously, that's one of the key groups we're trying to make it better for. It usually makes it better for the customer as well. It usually makes it better for any stakeholder that your organization might have. And I work with organizations, about half of them are actually in government today. A lot of nonprofits, some private industry, some education, all different sectors are all focused on this idea of how do we make work better. Well, how we go about doing it is we help organizations, and follow this one closely, get better at getting better. That's what we mean by continuous improvement. Organizations today are challenged to become what we call learning organizations. How do we analyze how we do our work today and look at and develop ways to get better at doing it tomorrow, right? So this idea of how do we get better at getting better. What makes us unique, because you could hire some consultant to do this, but in the nonprofit space, we have the ability to bring together organizations to actually talk about how they get better at getting better. So now that the city of Aurora has joined Rocky Mountain Performance Excellence, you'll have access to people from the city of Fort Collins, the city of Steamboat Springs, Adams County is part of our group, High Plains Library District, but also people like Elevations Credit Union and West Era Credit Union, all part of our organization. And actually, Fitzsimmons Credit Union, which is almost across the street from here, is part of our organization. So it's a chance to interact with other organizations that are facing, in all likelihood, similar problems. And you look at it and say, well, how can they be similar to city? It's not about the city versus the nonprofit. It's about leadership, strategy, customers, workforce, and operations, because everybody has those. And so it's how do we go about making them better? And so what I want to do right now is turn it back over to Jason to walk quickly through how we kind of got to where we are today. So what is the current strategic planning process that the city of Aurora has been going through, and how they arrived at some of the strategic outcomes that we're going to talk about today.
So with that, we'll kind of walk you through some of the major bullets here, which is we hired our strategy and performance manager. That's Letitia. So Letitia, hopefully you all had a chance to meet her. We hired her a year ago now? Yeah, so over a year now, and brought her in and really wanted to refresh that idea of, making sure that as an organization, we had a direction, we had somebody that was responsible for keeping the organization moving in the same direction. So one of the first things we did is go through and develop common language. We want to make sure that we all, when we were talking about different things, we understood what that meant, whether it was strategic outcomes, whether that was projects, whether those were initiatives. We want to make sure that that meant the same thing to everybody on the management team, and we understood that. We did that by conducting monthly meetings where we kind of went through those exercises of understanding the language, and then we went through and defined what that meant for us. And then we kind of, if we had things that were underway that fit in that category, we actually went through a process of, what do we want to keep doing? What do we want to stop doing? What do we want to put on pause? And, do that. So we went through those as part of our monthly strategy sessions. We then created 5 strategic outcomes, and then finalized our strategy map. Mayor Pro Tem Zvonek sent that to you all earlier this week so that you all could do that. And we'll go through that strategy map here in a second. But this is a kind of our model as to how we see this. We want to have these sessions with council and public input. That goes into our plans and policies. It goes, and we also take in our data. All of that informs on the strategic plan. The strategic plan then ties into our budget, so we're making sure that our resources are aligned with the strategic vision and plan of the city, and then that's an iterative process. So we have an annual budget, so each year as we update the budget, we're going to go through, update our strategic plan to make sure that we're making the progress that we want to see, and then all of that goes back to what you heard from Mike, is that we are looking for continuous improvement towards that strategic outcome. And as Mayor Zvonek said, we want to make sure that we understand as our elected leaders what you all have set as that North Star. We have alignment of that on an organization, and then we can see that. So then you kind of see that big blowout there is the continuous improvement cycle, where we are looking to learn, plan, and enact. And that's a continuous cycle of we're making sure that we're monitoring what we're doing. We know how we're performing. We're planning to get better, and then we're making sure that we're taking steps to continue to get better, and that cycle repeats. So with that, next slide. These are the 5 strategic outcomes that you all have seen, and we're going to spend some time today discussing. So that first is well managed. We want to be a high performance organization that provides great customer service. We want to make sure that we're holding ourselves accountable, and that we are, when we're talking about this, we know that we have to have the infrastructure in place to be well managed. And that infrastructure is not only our physical infrastructure, but it's our organization and the other resources that we need to make sure that we're doing a great job managing the resources that we've got and are providing great customer service to our customers. On healthy, we've got, we want to make sure that we're connected to our natural environment, whether that's pedestrian trails, multimodal network. We want to make sure that we've got good access to our parks, to recreational opportunities, to all the things that Aurora can provide. And then part of that is also making sure that we have a sustainable water supply. And so that healthy environment, kind of extends beyond our boundaries to the mountains and kind of the four corners of the state where we have water resources. So we think that's part of that. The third, right there in the middle, is safe. We want to recognize that public safety is a shared responsibility with our community partners, and that we are reducing risks, responding appropriately to emergencies, and that we are promoting a safe built environment. So safety is not only our police and fire, it extends to safe roads and other things in our environment, so that's there. The fourth is economically strong. We want to make sure that we have a conducive development environment, that we've got a good mix of industries and housing options, and then that we are fostering economic growth so our community thrives and remains resilient even when we have times of uncertainty. And then last but not least is connected and engaged, and that's making sure that we have a community of neighbors that celebrates our diversity and its sense of belonging. We want to make sure that we've got vibrant programming and learning resources, and that we are actively engaging with our community, listening to them about the opportunities they want to see. So those are the 5 outcomes we're looking for, and we're going to spend some time today talking about those outcomes and the initiatives you all would like to see to move us forward in those areas.
Thank you. So quickly, the objectives of the session. So the idea today is to gather what we think of as wisdom of crowds. Are you familiar with that term? Nope. All right, I'll explain it to you in just a second then, because what we're looking for is wisdom of crowds and not groupthink. So those are 2 key terms that we're going to talk a little bit about today. With the idea that we want wisdom of crowds around the improvement ideas, again, aligned with those 5 strategic outcome areas. So well-managed, healthy, safe, economic, strong, connected, and engaged. Today's output then is going to guide city staff as they prepare specific strategic initiatives. So the goal today is not to define specific initiatives or prioritize those initiatives, but it's to brainstorm kind of the world of initiatives, right? And then they will come back and share with you at a future date their thinking and thoughts as it pertains to processing everything that you're going to develop today. Wisdom of crowds means that the large groups typically will outperform experts every time. And the idea today is we've assembled what is basically a large crowd that has passion for the city of Aurora. And so we want to develop the thinking of this group of people around those 5 strategic initiatives without influencing each other's thoughts. So groupthink says somebody decides we want to pursue something, everybody else kind of gets behind it, and we just go down that path without actually saying, well, what do we really all think independently? That's why we start this with an independent brainstorming exercise. We want to know what you individually think first, and then we build it into the wisdom of crowds, okay? Some common language that you'll hear today. So you've heard the term strategy map, right? So that's the direction set by the city manager to manage and prioritize the execution of staff efforts. Strategic outcomes, that was the 5 desired outcome areas that you saw before. And within each outcome area then, that descriptor we think of as the defining characteristics, right? That is how, in the eyes of the city and the city leaders right now, they are defining what I think of as success for that outcome, okay? What we're focused on today is strategic initiatives. So these are action-oriented, typically long-term. We've got a time frame that I think Jason set at 2 to 5 years in terms of thinking. So it's not what would we do in the next 3 months, even the next 12 months, but over the next 2 to 5 years. Purposeful, deliberate efforts that we take to achieve those strategic outcomes, right? So again, we're looking for things that are an action verb followed by a noun, something we want to improve, create, implement, design, evaluate, enhance, expand, minimize, maximize, maintain, whatever it might be. One of the features we're going to use today is something called a parking lot. Anybody ever used parking lot in an exercise like this before? There's a very good chance that as you're brainstorming things, something that is going to come up that doesn't necessarily fit nicely within one of these 5 areas, we want to capture that. We want to capture all thinking from today. If it turns out that it's not germane to the 5 that we're speaking about, we're going to ask you to put it on the parking lot. And the idea behind the parking lot is we'll collect them all at the end of the day. We'll have a list of parking lot items, and at some point in time in the future, Jason and his team will look at the parking lot and say, hey, is there something here that we should actually have considered in addition to what's over there? So again, the idea behind today is brainstorm, brainstorm, brainstorm. And I think we're going to have some facilitators at each station, and they've been coached. Look, if something new comes up, it's not germane. It's not that you ignore it or say it's not important. You put it on the parking lot. So feel free anytime you have an idea that you feel is important but doesn't fit, say, you know what, I got something for the parking lot, create a Post-it, you put it up there. All right? Now, some guidelines and guardrails to making the day a success. This is about brainstorming initiatives. It's not about evaluating them, right? It's not about evaluating them. There is no such thing as a bad idea today. I don't care how crazy you might think it sounds, get it up on the board, because crazy is only crazy after we've had time to analyze it and figure out if it's truly crazy. Encouraging new ideas. One of the challenges you're going to have is this idea of no constraints, right? Time's not a constraint, capability's not a constraint, money's not a constraint, and I know the finance department right now is really upset when I say that. I get it, money is a constraint. All of these things are constraints, but I don't want them to be constraints today. We have time as we process this to be able to say, okay, what is it going to take capability-wise to do that? What is it going to take capacity-wise? That's a second discussion outside of the brainstorming exercise. So I want you to think as if there were no constraints. If you could do, especially because we're talking about 3 to 5 years, right? Think of how much influence or change you can accomplish in 3 to 5 years that might eliminate any constraint that you're worried about today. So no constraints as we go through this exercise today. Building on the ideas of others. As we go around the room, and everybody's going to have a chance to put their ideas up on each of the 5, but because you will, the first group obviously has what I call the blank piece of paper. They're the first ones to put them up. Everybody else is going to be putting their ideas up on top of the previous ones. We're going to try and group things somehow, right? And again, to avoid groupthink, we did not give you any specific titles or areas for how things get organized on these charts. I actually don't care how they're organized. What I care is that somehow you bring them together and say, we think these are similar. These are similar. These are similar. It's a fancy word I call bucketizing, right? We want to put them into buckets on those pages. So you'll be asked to help, and the facilitators will facilitate a process of trying to get those into buckets. So stay focused on the topic you're on, right? So you will get a chance on all 5 as we go around the room. Use the parking lot if you need to. One conversation at a time. It's going to get loud in this room, which is why I have a cowbell to tell you when to move. Go for quantity. Again, we have we have time to take the quantity and turn it into quality, right? So we're going for quantity today. And again, finally, the parking lot. Questions? No questions? Ready to get started?
This group is very well behaved.
Today.
Today, just right now.
Challenge you to change that.
You don't know Colorado weather around here.
You don't know what the afternoon will bring.
We'll change it. Yeah, when we get away, we'll swap it out. So here's what we're going to do. You're going to pass out the Post-its. So in process improvement, there's a concept called error proofing, right? How do we do something and make sure mistakes don't get made? In order to error proof things today as best we possibly can, everything's color coded, right? We're going to ask you to really try to stick to the color codes. So we're going to do our first brainstorming exercise, and this is everybody in the room. I know I'm just speaking to the council, but everybody in the room. You're going to get a group of orange Post-its. Orange Post-its aligned with well managed, right?
Yes.
So all you're going to do right now is think about well managed. So go back and take a look at your homework sheet, right? So inside here, we're looking at characteristics like great customer service, innovation, continuous improvement, empowered workforce, financial stewardship, critical infrastructure. Now, here's the deal. One idea per Post-it, and before you grab those ink pens, grab a Sharpie. And the reason I ask you to do a Sharpie is once we put the Sharpie on here and I stick it on there, I can read it from clear across the room. If you write it in ink, I can't read it from 3 feet away. So please use a Sharpie, please use the orange. One idea per Post-it so that we can group them easier, right, and move them around. One idea per Post-it. And we're going to have just 5 minutes to brainstorm your independent thinking on the topic of well-managed. Did you want to add something?
No, I think
Oh, you
you
look
guys,
like you-
you guys have the strategy map. You know how we've defined well-managed, but just, those ideas within the guidelines that Mike gave you.
So 5 minutes, go ahead. All the ideas you can. And I'm going to challenge you, try to come up with like 8 to 10 different things.
And you just keep them at your place. We're gonna go to the boards later. So you're just literally, we're just sitting
keep
at
them
the
right
table
now.
for the
I
next.
think
One per Post-it.
one per Post-it. Letitia, do you have clipboards for the council?
Where's the? Answering the question.
I have extra.
Oh, is that what was passed out that I sent down too?
Mike, do you want him to answer the questions or just kind of turn it into
Not
ideas?
answering because the questions are designed to create context of what you think about this. Now I want specific strategic initiatives tied to whatever you wrote and whatever you thought.
You don't have to turn in your homework. This is not that kind of class.
Right. So we asked you to think about the whole group of characteristics. Think about which one would be the greatest opportunity for improvement, right? So maybe you have 1, 2, or maybe even 3 of those that you think really could be improved. Now it's time to talk about how you think you want them approved, right? What are the specific strategic initiatives that you think might benefit? And I should say one other thing real quick, because we've talked about the fact that the city already has a fair number of strategic initiatives underway, right, that the workforce is working on. Jason and I have talked about the fact that we will map those eventually, not today, but we will map those back to these outcomes of well-managed, whatever. So we're not going to ignore all the current work underway, but you can ignore it for the purposes of today. We want new strategic initiatives that you think would help the city achieve well-managed.
So we talk about, just to give you all an example of the type of things we're talking about. So obviously a little bit later today, we're gonna give you an update on capital, right? So we think the capital master plan is, kind of that, in that line of strategic initiative under well-managed. So that's an example of the type of things that we're talking about. So that's that.
And so you might want to think about how could we improve the capital management plan? How can we improve the process of evaluating the capital management plan? There's all kinds of things you might be able to think of around that. So 5 minutes. Challenge, and I see staff writing, great.
If it's anything you guys think in terms of that well-managed. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, better than we're doing, or, communicating it better?
You can't get rid of the mayor.
I'm gonna tear that one out.
Remember I said no constraints. No constraints.
Redefine your plan. You can fantasize it, but you can't do it.
That one might take some sort of, constitutional whatever.
All of them, they're all up for grabs.
No constraints, no limits.
The other one too is you keep working, but the other one we've seen when we were doing the same brainstorming, some folks like to think in bullet points, some folks like to think in complete sentences. No right or wrong answers, whatever works for you.
Like to think in a whole paragraph on a.
Yeah, that's fair too.
No, I actually like people that do that because 3, 4 days from now, a week from now, and when I go back and look at this, I actually get more out of the paragraphs than I can. Because sometimes you go, well, what did they mean by that? And you're gone, so. No constraints.
You can.
how would you do it?
We don't, you're changing the rules now.
Well, no, the homework was to kind of brainstorm in advance so that you're not coming to this cold. But if you want to translate your homework into these things, you can. You can.
They don't feel like they can get a decision, so they're gonna push.
Yeah, you can definitely go outside of what's there. We just wanted to create some context for you.
Like, the other one would be like,
And so we're doing well managed now, and in 5 minutes we're going to go to healthy.
like, incentivize people.
Do I need to choose? Okay, I'm just going to just put full or against this, so I'm sorry. Just have to, let me just kind of, whatever. You won't flunk, okay? I won't.
And we're still going to have time at the big board. So if there's something we're not capturing here, we will have time.
And actually, when you get to the boards, if a new idea pops up, we'll create a Post-it and it goes on the board. So again, the idea is brainstorming.
Yeah, I'll think about that. Yeah, but I say within the well managed.
Wait, could you just talk computer so I have spell checks?
They're initiatives, but like, you don't have to be super detailed on the initiative. Everybody do what they want to do. I'm gonna do what I want. Yeah.
And that's okay.
Also,
I want as many perspectives.
it's telling you what to do.
I don't think she was doing that, Angela.
No, you keep with you. We're gonna.
So here's what I want you to do. Yeah, if we're getting towards the end,
That's okay.
because it is 5 minutes.
I wasn't telling you what.
Here's what I want you to do. Capture all of your orange ones together that you've written on,
I wasn't.
right? Capture all the orange ones together that you've written on. And then I'm gonna ask, Letitia is gonna come around, because remember I said how we have to error-proof the process? If you have orange ones you didn't write on, pass them in. I don't want you to get confused and use the wrong ones. Pass the ones you did not use in. Keep the ones you wrote on.
No, keep yours. Keep yours. All right, we're gonna go to the next one, Mike. We're gonna keep those, sir. I'm gonna take that. Do you need one more to write on, or you go?
So,
No.
I've got some folks that are not certain they understand. Would somebody be willing to read what they wrote? Would one of you be willing to read what you wrote? Please?
Just like one idea?
Just 2 or 3 of them.
Okay, I wrote training because improve the workforce. So there's a connection there. I think I put prioritize, oh, here they are. I put aggressive recruiting.
Aggressive recruiting, that is definitely a strategic initiative.
Is that good enough? Okay. Do you want another one?
Yeah.
Increase pay for performance. Educate the public on finances.
There you go. Again, another type of initiative. So that's the kind of thing, that we're looking for. So now we're moving to healthy, and you're going to get, blue Post-its.
Well, before you go on, does anyone have questions? Are you clear, you're good? Or do you want me to? What's your question? Yeah.
Okay, I did the pre-work,
Yes,
and
yeah.
this is not aligning with the
Right.
days
So,
of pre-work.
I'll help you. I'll help you. So what did you put on your first one as, and I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
So what did you put on answer number 1? You said which of those are the one you like the most?
I like the continuous improvement.
So continuous
It
improvement.
relates to how we expand on the other areas,
Right.
which would be the financing, empowered workforce, ...
So so from there, what would be some ideas around strategic initiatives, things that we could do to ensure that continuous improvement is a part of our well-managed system.
Or maybe things we can stop doing.
Or there you go. There you go. Yeah, that's right. And so I'll give you an example. I used customer service as mine, and I said having clear decision rights, right, is something that would be a strategic initiative for the city within management to make sure that people at every level of city government have clear decision rights, because that helps improve customer service. So you think about what is the word or words that you chose, and then what are some strategic initiatives, whether it's things we should do more of, things that we should do that we're not doing, or things that we should stop doing.
Okay, then I have some. I'm not gonna write them.
Oh, yes, I am. And things that you want to stop doing is a strategic initiative. Excuse me. Wow.
Ready?
I'm going to give her a minute with the orange.
And did I explain that right? I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I have one orange, please?
Can I have one too? I need to just change them one more. Sorry. I'm ready, yeah, there's gonna be some stuff.
I'll sell you that orange one.
Have one of these.
Yeah, I have a few.
All right, everybody got blue over here?
Not yet.
All right. If you're ready, move on to blue and healthy. Same exercise, blue and healthy.
I need blues, right?
I know I'm slow on the uptake, but I got it. Oh, I can take your blank one. Oh, okay.
First one's always hard.
Oh, yeah, you have to. I am actually.
I was like,
I was like, you know what, you
doing? In there?
I could go on for days on this one, so I'm gonna end it there, right there.
Is that one per posted? You're just gonna give us one, because that's the one that matters.
It's just all together.
Okay.
That's the one that matters.
Okay.
That's what the commission.
All right, so if you have leftover blues, we're gonna collect the leftover blues.
All right, so, and then we're coming out with,
Senior sounds like I'm ahead of everybody.
No, that one's an easy one to remember. It's this next one.
There we go. The preface.
all right, coming out with the next set.
Go ahead with teal. So now we're talking about safe and the teal color.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All sorts of ones.
Foam green, but sage is better.
Safe and teal.
Where's the teal? Yeah, teals.
Oh, shoot, I mixed up my safe and my health. Safe community is a healthy community.
Yeah. Mine be the top you. Oh, okay.
You said it.
Mike. They're good. As we go on, I mean, we're seeing more and more come out here. I like this.
I always say the first one's the hardest, and then all of a sudden the brain starts to go. So, again, feel free when we get to the boards, if you think of a new one, put it up there. How we doing? Still see a lot of writing. Maybe it's the topic of safe. All right, let's start collecting up the unused ones. For those of you that are ready, let's start passing out the purple ones, and we're working on economically strong and purple.
Purple, do you have purple? I need two more.
I've got two here. Curtis, oh, sorry.
She's got it covered over here.
All right.
Economically strong and purple.
Sages.
You said one on each one.
I appreciate that. Yes, one per post-it, because then we can move them around.
Thank you.
if you're ready, swap out your left, any purple that you haven't written on for yellow. And move on to connected and engaged.
Those folks are still writing away. Look at this.
Makes me wonder if we need to go back and do orange again.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. There you go. Shoot you out.
Connected and engaged.
I still get questions, so it's not effective.
Okay.
This is for council. Got enough for council. Well, let's, no, never mind. Neighborhood
Okay.
Need some purples?
Need some more over there?
Everybody have yellow?
No switching.
Send troops. Send troops.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm an artist, that's what I do. Instead of we just have to. Oh my God.
You get to be really good at reading handwriting when you do this.
I'm done.
How we doing?
Break up the groups.
How we doing? Send any extras that you have. Let's collect any yellows that are left out there, any that are, and again, there'll be a supply of Post-its at each station, so if you come up with a new idea, we can capture it there. All right? Now, the second half of this is we try to take all of the independent thinking that you have in front of you, and we build it into it's kind of a little bit of a storyboard, if you will, around each of the topics. So you're going to see that there's stations set up around the room, and there's a facilitator assigned to each one of the stations, right? Now, you guys, hopefully everybody in the room finds their name up here somewhere on team 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your team always stays together. Each team will visit each station, but we do it one at a time. So I'll show you in a minute where you're assigned for round 1. You'll go to that station. So one team will be going to well-managed, one will go to healthy, one will go to safe. Take just the Post-its that align with that board. Now, I think for staff, you all have a clipboard. If somebody, I think we got a few clipboards left, but for council, because you've got everything in front of you, if you just want to grab the ones that pertain to the board that you're working on in round 1, that's all that matters. When you get them there, the facilitator's going to ask, he's going to take them one at a time, the person's going to take them one at a time, put them on the board, but you guys as a team are going to look and say, you know what, these two are very similar, let's put them together. These two are similar, let's put them together. That one is similar to this group, let's put those together. So somehow we want to get them into 4, maybe 5, maybe 6 buckets, if you will, around things that are similar ideas. We're not even going to theme it yet. I don't want you to categorize it per se. Just say, these things are similar, let's put them together.
Are we putting them all on the clipboard?
If you would like to put them all on the clipboard, you can.
But you don't have to. They're
You
going
don't
to go
have
on
to.
the big
Hang on just a second, and it'll help you figure out which ones to put.
Okay.
So you know your team, right?
Yes.
For round 1, this is how the team's rotation is going to work, but I think it's just faster if I go right here. So here's round 1. So well-managed is team 1. So I have team 1 going over there.
Going to Kendall.
Right? I have team 2 is healthy, which is over here.
Going to Katie.
Team 3 is safe, which is right there.
And Letitia right over here.
4 is economically strong, right behind me to my right. And 5 is connected and engaged.
Nobody puts Greg in a corner except for Katie. He's got in the corner. So put Greg in
To
the
your
corner.
respective area.
And go!
To your respective, yes.
Team 3 will leave no member behind.
No, Councilmember Lawson, you can't change your council partner. I'm sorry. I know. I figured those two would be. That was the same thing. All right.
That's a great idea.
All right, here we go. There's no wall. There is no wall. You'll see.
By the way, if there's duplicates, put them all up.
Staff damn radar. Okay, all right.
If some of you have the same idea, put them all up. Duplicates, just put them on top of each other. Have the same idea.
And then we'll put a couple on ready to start the bucket.
Hancock, you're next. Oh, come on. Okay. Like that?
I can create an initiative around that.
Oh, social activity.
If you think about it long enough, you can create it around homeless.
Okay, keep going. All right.
Kind of website. Kind of you're right, it is kind of like.
Race based on merit and politics.
Okay, I love it.
When I think Jeff's number one's here, or
Let's do 30.
sorry.
I'm the only one that has them. Come on. I'm gonna swear them too and encourage you.
Which one do you guys want to go next? Okay. Okay.
I was really struggling with that.
What about the Savior?
I did the free work. This is in alignment with that. Yeah, but they're all over.
I think it's here. What about who was served? Presidents? Yeah, I think those are. Says our planning director.
Hey, you know when one of my neighbors knocked on the house, I said this, I need opportunity to think for everything. You know, it's like, we got to go on the Marine Corps. Well, maybe I feel like it's time.
Well, does mine go in the parking lot? There's only one about.
I'll tell you what that is. That's
Yeah, what's the number in the parking lot?
Bucket tie as well.
I mean, this is all like, and I think. Ensure plan work is built for the ongoing maintenance, identify services,
When I see something, then I start looking at it. I'm like, this doesn't feel right.
yeah, let's really get more of that. Yeah, I was expecting you guys to.
So I will tell you that, which is every city I
All right, anybody else? So I think we've been doing it as we're going. Any kind of grouping themes here, sort of, thoughts? Given this gave you the group. I can ask you the other things first. If you want to do a yes and, oh, I like that. And, yes.
what are we missing?
We're not building bigger streets to fit the equipment, we're buying the equipment to fit.
But what you might end up doing is saying, we want to deepen our opinion here with this partner. As a, right, that could be that actually may end up being the initiative, right?
Yeah, when I was getting into food, I was also thinking about making sure there's that goes to physical and mental, emotional health.
It's pretty amazing. She's like, if your lip was off. One minute, everybody.
This is the other one. I know you guys are big fans of it again. So we want a little bit about our.
I was thinking about that too. Have a designated.
This year, team has been exemplary.
But I had zero. And two to cover the whole week.
We've got 5, 6, 18, we've got 3, plus
and Katie are doing it. I mean, if you guys ever agree.
So I did some last year just with the great work. So I'd like to.
Are we ready? All right. So here's the magic. No, hang on a second. They're actually moving counterclockwise. If you look, your team is just moving one spot
You're going to safe.
counterclockwise.
So we're going to healthy. There we go. All right.
We're over here.
Now do your best to build and add to what's already there. That's why
All right, Katie, one at a time, how you want us to do it? So we're gonna do it. Mayor, we made you go first. No, who went first last time? Yes, you went first last time. All right, Mayor, we're gonna make you go first this time.
I mean, there was no constraints. Okay, we'll kind of go through what's on the board right now, and we'll figure out kind of what your races are going to be into that. So we have the open and creative funding from revenue experience. We have another one on revenues, implementing plans for key city corridors with revenues. We have,
So I'm not saying we're reducing it, it's always innovations. Yeah.
those ones, Broncos,
More, sir?
businesses, small
We go to you
businesses,
next.
small businesses, recruiting different industries.
Public for the data and
There's
the
like
trust.
event area, opportunities for economic impact destinations, related ones, health, affiliates with projects, project planning, plan for funding. So I'm gonna start tearing tape. Well, they can also, yes, that's it. Minimize risk. Yep. Yep. You can try sticking and see these things.
make sure all of your motions, even if you're doing.
Sir, good.
That's just what I was talking about.
There we go.
Well, let's do it then. Shall we get? Increase access to affordable and reliable transit. Okay, we're gonna go with the central event area and evaluate how it needs to be workforce. So, yeah, because where do you see it, where do you see it? Or is it its own thing? Cause I'm thinking of like some areas where land to go to the land. Older areas of the city, because they really can.
Oh, shit. I was like, I didn't say it.
No, not you, Jane.
You said it right. She said multimodal.
I don't like it because it's like, oh my gosh.
I think I'm right here with her, and really about the services surrounding my home. You know, making them affordable, and then, okay, I was like, I don't think this area
As part of it,
Yes, please do. We got our.
Special, I know we have a special needs part. Yes. All our. Have some special.
Randy Taylor.
I was at an event the other day with realtors, and a woman came up and she had a special needs child, and she was nonstop raving What do you want to say? What do you have to say?
Increase access.
Jobs there.
That might be where the word equity.
And we can look at them again and read.
Everything should be equal.
Yep.
We're not equal. So we get hung up on that.
Skateboard. I get. There's only
There's one right in my right. What is there's a skateboard park right on Yale
Park Mayor, skate park.
Oh, okay, yeah,
and
okay, yeah. I think, but I get requests for way salaries, 6. I have a skateboard.
You know what I'm gonna really say? Just put this over here. I'll look again.
because a lot of times I'm like,
How do we feel about the buckets? Missing right now, I have a sticky.
You're good?
So we can go through.
1 minute.
we have to do better communication with engagement.
We'll get to there in a second. Okay. 1 minute. Anything else we're not up here that we're doing? So I guess this is the opportunity now. Look at what some of the other folks have put up here. Yeah. So we've got senior and older adult center. We saw the water stuff over here.
It'd be easier if my sticky notes actually stuck. Yeah.
I think it is right there.
Yeah, they were ripping us up earlier too. Quality control was not there. Or even you're welcome to the couch.
Question for the group.
Programming here, seniors.
Question for the group. Hey. Real quick. So the plan was to take a 10-minute break right now. Do you just want to take breaks as you need it and just keep moving so we get done? All right, round 3, there's where you go. Rotate one more.
Team 3 to Kendall, and we're getting our orange taps. Orange taps.
Let's do it.
Purples are not sticky. That's it. Yeah. The quality control is good. Walk you guys
So grab the orange ones, ma'am.
I wish I could get up on it.
We're rotating through. We're gonna let Councilmember Hancock go first because we've been letting each of our council members go different. So you're up, ma'am. Come on.
We're both. So you think you go with the strategic policy.
Police side, AMRT is the.
We have a lot. All we can do.
Okay, I like that. Okay.
That's more of the tech side.
HR, this is mine. Don't have the ice cream. Okay, I don't like that. We're gonna have to take break.
That's probably it's a one.
But you've got another one here. We're gonna go ditto.
My man.
Bigger revenue.
Like urban crime networks.
Mayor, we'll let you go next.
Geospatial sense.
lighting.
Eyes on the street.
And then Terry, wow. Terry, oh. Terry's taking a break. Terry's taking a break. She heard that.
It's better, what's the saying, like, it's better for people to think you're dumb than open your mouth and remove a word. Something like that.
So what the placement,
You gotta pick your spots.
So it sounds like, so it's our group, just looks like, I see it, there's a team here on financial plans. I'm not gonna do that. Technology.
Getting better at this. Getting
So kind of in this, yeah.
close. 1 minute.
I know. It's like finding without talking anyway. Yeah.
Round four.
Man, you guys are moving quick. You guys are like, this is like we're the slow pace of it. Like, plan through. Plan through.
open kind of to like bringing in specific businesses or corridors or?
Engagement, positive engagement by parts of the village. CRM, you guys know what CRM? Customer relationship management, it's a technology. Your training system. Who's next? Meeting. It's this is more about messaging. When we talk, what we do. I like it right here with this. Yeah, so it's not only creative, but talk about it. Yeah, right. I don't yeah, we need to. All right. You're up, man. We got this. This is the theme with you. You can put this on every board. Okay, nicely. I'm putting that toward the top because it's kind of a high level, overarching thing. Let's go with my billboard. Oh, good, yeah. Are you for technology or?
Yeah, I know.
And then we worked on the first 6 months.
Yes.
How we doing? 1 minute. Ready? Last round.
Purple for team 3. Purple for team 3. You got it. All right. We've just been taking off things we don't like, so don't worry. We make our mistakes. M&F.
Last round, everybody.
Okay.
Home stretch.
Other folks have expanded too. If you want a parking lot, you're not using it. It's not a parking lot idea so far. So
No, that's why he's over there. Give you guys the general buckets that existed, and then we can get dirty. So up here, we kind of have the revenues and fees. Over here, we have development review here, housing here. Kind of the diverse industry, art centers, specific places, small businesses here. This is more project-based, and then we just started going down.
Mayor, you're up.
And mine aren't sticky.
Surprise, surprise, economic development.
I do have that. Hang on, we have that. That is right here.
Right there, sir. All right. Looks like that might be 5 or 6 deep. All right, there we go.
Okay, what else we got?
Oh, you just got one. You're like, that says it all.
There we go. Oh, I got one. I found this on the floor. Focus on recruiting employees.
Oh, that's mine.
There you go. Right there, there you go. Put it up. There you go.
Where was that?
We have, hang on, we have this.
Fits down in this one. Right.
I have it. We got
Eliminate excessive more rangers.
That's a development review one, yep, right? Band director here now? She's never heard before, I know that. Your drill inspector voice again? Hey, Ginny, there was a couple that we wanted you to hear. Reduce admin overreach. Well, it's the first time she's ever heard it, so it's a, you know, there we go. This way we hired her.
We want to increase administrative decisions.
Very good. It's a great one, yeah, you guys. I was at a Realtor event earlier this week, and when I told them I'd been in the city 15 years and there had not been one for sale condo built in the 15 years here, they're like, well, no, that's, I'm like, I've been here 15 years. Aurora has not had it. They were like, is that true? I'm like, yeah, that is true. And they were like, did anybody have any? No, it's okay. That's it. Yeah, they got fired up about it. They're going to lean in on this one.
It's like jumping into, you know, like you turn on the water, the temperature. We ran these primary jobs.
Once you're done, take a break.
You and I said exactly the same thing.
Terry, here you go.
How we doing?
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
If you're done, take a break.
Good.
Yeah, that was a valid initiative.
Oh, now they're saying.
3-month development review process, et cetera, and dedicated to working on it. Dedicated housing projects. Dedicated development review team. Yeah. Continued support of small business growth.
Steakhouse and seafood house.
Right next to Legend.
So we don't have to drive to Parker and Denver.
Centralized.
So centralized, say, look, if you've got a attorney in my it's a small.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we let them sort of go right from here into a break as they're done? That's right.
As soon as they're done, I'm fine.
Okay. So, are you guys done? We're on a break and letting Mike kind of do this up. So we're on a 5-minute break, 10-minute break, so he can go around, check the boards, and then we'll reconvene and get going here in like 5-10 minutes time. So quick break. 10-minute break.
Okay, 10-minute break.
It's like, okay, I get a license here and I have to.
Hey, what's up? Thanks for joining us. The citations.
So like I said, with the snow falling, we do want to be sensitive to that. We're going to try it. We're ahead of schedule. We're going to make sure we stay on schedule. So the next steps, we've got all these. You can see that we're literally taping them down so we don't lose any ideas. What we're going to do is we're going to take these back. We've already started some of those groupings to try and get some consensus around what does that mean, right? Like, what does that look like? Then what we're going to do is we're going to try and group these things, see where we've got good, strong consensus, and then come back to you all in the spring workshop. And we're going to have these, and we're going to say, hey, look, on the healthy outcome, we found, I'm going to make it up, 5 kind of major groupings of these items. These are what we think those initiatives look like, and we'll talk about what that initiative might be, you know, sort of a scope, a scale, kind of give you some form to that, make sure it lines up with what you all thought we discussed on. So then we'll be back to you all with kind of summarizing this information for the next step at the spring workshop.
Yeah, I have a question. Before then, and maybe this is already part of the plan, but I just can say it out loud anyway, can we have some time with you or whoever from the team to give some individual input before we get to that?
Yeah, if you'd like that, we're happy to do that, yeah, because we've obviously got some time there, so I can do that. Yep, we're happy to.
If the members want to themselves.
No, as part of that, I'll make sure I bring that up with everybody.
And then I have a question on how does this integrate with council policies? Because a lot of it is implementation and so forth, but you can't have ideas above policy.
Correct. So some of these are, when we get an idea, some of that is going to be when we're grouping it, we're trying to figure out, is this a policy change? Is this something that council needs to do? Is this an implementation thing? So is that in our realm?
Right.
And so that's what we're going to be doing when we're grouping these and defining them. Is it policy? Is this an operational? Is it, what is this, you know, that's going to go into making it an action plan? So that'll be part of our analysis that we're doing, and we're going to say, hey, this is what we heard. Council wanted to see, you know, there was consensus that council wanted to see an initiative in this area, and then we'll come back with exactly that. What does that look like? Because it's a great point, because some things are policy, some things are operational. If it's a policy, then how do we operationalize it after that? So that's what we're doing.
If it's stupid, I'm not gonna support it. Okay?
Okay, so with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Mike for our last portion of this.
Real quick, if you recall, I started the conversation today, let me get to the last slide here. I started the conversation today with part of the purpose of continuous improvement is organizational learning, which was that idea of how do we get better at getting better. So I want your feedback on what you experienced today so we can make the process better. And we call the feedback mechanism plus delta AHA. So I'm going to give you a little sheet. I'm going to give one for each council. I think there's a few extras. We'd like to have some staff feedback as well. Plus means write something that you felt was really good or interesting for today. Delta means tell me something that you wish we had done differently. And AHA is any kind of moment that you experienced or like, wow, I didn't know we did that, or that's the first time I've ever heard that. Some sort of AHA kind of moment. So it's a real simple exercise. But before you get out of here, or before I get out of here, I'm going to send these around. I'd like you to please give me at least 1 plus, 1 delta, 1 AHA per council person. I think Letitia's going to collect these. Hopefully I've given enough there, and there's a few extra for staff because I'd like some of those as well. And that will help us improve this process for the next time we do it. Any last questions or comments from anybody? I want to thank the facilitators. I think you guys did a great job for a group that were doing this for the first time. And again, thank you to the crowd.
I didn't get one.
Are we short one?
Yep.
Sorry. Thanks. Thank you to the crowd. I do believe we captured a lot of wisdom, and we will try and get it to the highest level of wisdom we possibly can over the next few months. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so while you all are doing that, we're going to transition into our next topic, and we'll just start getting loaded for that, just getting the presentations ready to go and getting that done. But while you're writing, any questions or concerns other than we're getting your feedback here? Anything else for the good of the order? All right, I'll let you write.
You're just joking, right? Okay. These are the jokes us, ladies and gentlemen.
Unrestrained. I was like doing this like.
While you guys are finishing up, it was just brought to my attention, obviously, we're showing a full lunch break.
We can work.
We can also work through lunch and probably get you guys out of here, so.
Let's work through it.
We'll keep you advised as lunch comes in. We were hopeful that we might be early, so I think lunch is actually a box lunch, if I remember correctly, so we'll just keep working and go from there. I believe Public Works has 11 plows lined up. You're each going to get your own individual escort home.
Anybody still writing? It looks like Mayor's still writing.
We got a few. Good. Okay. Okay, so if we're wrapped up on that, thanks everybody for your participation in strategic planning. Like I said, we will be back no later than the spring workshop, but I will make sure that I visit with each of you all as requested to see if you have individual feedback for me and the team as we work on consolidating these items. So with that, we're going to move on to our next item. Laura is going to walk us through our ARPA project funding update, and with that, I'll turn it over to Laura.
Excellent. Good morning, Mayor, members of council, Laura Perry, Deputy City Manager. So throughout the course of this presentation, we'll be providing you with an update on our programmed American Rescue Plan Act funding that's been programmed for capital projects, provide an update on the financial status of all funding that the city received, and then discuss with you some needs for existing ARPA-funded capital projects to get these projects to the finish line. So, in ARPA, we have several capital projects that were funded, and these projects were funded by City Council at the 2022 Winter Workshop, following a presentation on the city's capital improvement master plan that we'll be recapping with you all in the next presentation. And at that workshop, council made a determination to fund $4.5 million of a total of need of $13 million for parks renovations across the city. Improvements to our fire stations, which included ordering furniture and appliances across all the various stations, which were prioritized by Aurora Fire Rescue. Installation of fences, which those are nearing drawings for completion. And then also the replacement of Fire Station 9. For the animal shelter, we have a lot of capital needs. Our existing animal shelter, council allocated $1.4 million for those improvements, and to date, draft planning and conceptual design has been completed on that. The Navigation Center, we have $5 million supporting our Navigation Center, and site due diligence with cost estimates for design renovation will occur in the first quarter of this year. And then lastly, we have $750,000 for ADA improvements to our city council chambers. So getting into more detail around our project needs. So Fire Station 9, the replacement is, as I mentioned, one of the capital projects that was funded. And throughout our design process, we did geotechnical testing and structural evaluation of the station. And it was determined that structurally, there were poor soils underneath the station, and the original proposed scope was not going to work for that station. And so,
Real quick, hey, Laura,
Yes.
and as an actual quick reminder, that the original scope of that was sort of a major renovation of the station, not a replacement. It is sort of grown into a replacement of that station because of that poor soil, because the foundation's not fit. So again, I think the very original scope when we first started this was a major renovation of the station, and then as we got into it, we determined that the foundation was not fit for purpose, and you know, renovating a station with a bad foundation was not gonna work. So-
Can you go into a little bit more detail about the foundation?
So the foundation, I think what we found out was that it's, Ellie, you want to give us a little more on that one?
Sorry, I'm hiding over here. Hi, I'm Ellie Watson. I'm Business Services Manager in Public Works. So when we had done a facility assessment of several fire stations back in like 2015, 2016. This is one of them. That's how it rose to the priority for the remodel. And at that time, we noticed some, cracking in the walls and some structural issues, but they were kind of to be expected of a 40-year-old station. Things move over time. That's not really unusual. By the time we did the geotech testing last year, when we had our structural engineer out, it had advanced substantially, and that is unusual. To see further deterioration on a building of this size in what is relatively a short time frame, 6 years or so, is pretty unusual. And so we had the geotech testing done and found out that the building is sitting on about 7 foot of fill material, which is not good for building. And so the foundations of the building, the footings, they go about 4 or 5 feet deep. So they're sitting in that like really poor soil. So really what was the recommendation of the geotech and the structural engineer in terms of the apparatus bay was to demo it and rebuild. Well, the apparatus bay wasn't even part of our planned remodel, right? We were gonna do an addition on the other side of the station to allow for gender-neutral bathrooms and expansion of to a double company. So that was eating up a ton of budget. Then if we added the addition onto the building, we had to do a lot of stabilization to the existing structure because of the deterioration we're seeing with the structural issues. And doing all that was almost as expensive as a new build, and we were still sitting on 7 foot of really inappropriate soil for an emergency facility, particularly with today's codes. With an emergency facility, we should have some seismic protections and those kind of things. So to be sitting on like 7 foot of fill was just not good. And so it was more cost effective, because this building is more than 40 years old, to pursue another option. And so that's what we've been looking at. We've been working with a designer and a contractor on doing a demo and a rebuild. So.
And so in order to complete the demo and rebuild, an additional $4.5 million is needed. So the estimated cost is $9.3. We have $4.8 million identified as part of the $7 million for fire station improvements, and that requires $4.5 million. A couple of additional considerations on the financial side. We do collect fire capital impact fees because we are increasing the capacity of the station to a double company. Those are eligible to be applied towards this project. And then, of course, other funds available, reallocated ARPA funding. We'll get into that in a little bit.
Can I ask a question on impact fees?
Yes.
But fire impact fees are per area. So you can't take impact fees that for a development in Ward 2 and give it to a different ward.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct. So we looked at the available impact fees for this specific geographical boundary where the station is located.
So there was enough new build
Yes.
to, and how much?
Not to cover all 4.5.
Not to cover all 4.5. No, yes,
A
of course.
potential
Oh,
funding
oh,
source.
got it.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, pros, parks renovations. So as I mentioned, in our capital improvement master plan, there was originally 13 million identified for park renovation needs. And those needs are built upon asset condition in our parks. So how old is the particular asset? What is the condition of the asset? And across the various wards, these were the original projects that were identified as part of the 13 million. And at the workshop last year, council, or in 2022, I should say, council identified or committed to 4.5 million of the 13. And that is how that funding is distributed. Because of cost increases, PROS has supplemented ARPA funding with about 4.9 million in PROS capital project funds to be able to complete the project scope that you see listed here on the right-hand side. And there's currently not additional financial need to complete these projects. They are all in design, and we have a website posted. It's auroragov.org/ARPA Parks, and our residents can go and see the progress as these move forward.
Actually, Laura, I'm sorry, I should have done this on the previous slide with the fire station.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought I'd have a better opportunity to interject. Just on the, I hear you, wondering if there's any additional guidance from the IRA in terms of any direct pay to the cities to help offset costs for their energy efficiency, as a potential revenue source. I know that not everything has been completely fleshed out with the IRA, but I know you and I have had conversations. Is there anything on that front that we could?
The IRA did not result in formula funds to local governments. There may be some sustainability climate funding.
Yeah, because I know the energy office is going to pass through the city.
Okay.
We get to have our own process to kind of decide, but I don't know the exact criteria. So I didn't know if that maybe could be a way to help supplement, like if we did something like geothermal or solar, right? Like to help with the energy efficiency piece. So
Research that. We can look into that.
that's all. Thank you.
All right, animal shelter. So our animal shelter was constructed in 1983, and there was a great need because of deferred maintenance and other footprint considerations to invest dollars to rehab and improve our existing animal shelter. 1.4 million was allocated in ARPA funding. To date, we've spent about 460,000 and some change on design and planning. And so there's about close to 940,000 remaining of that. Through the design and planning, it was identified that there's various challenges with the existing animal shelter, particularly in expanding capacity to bring in more animals and meet our Pet Animal Care and Facility Act, or PACFA, standards that we're required to meet. And those challenges include being able to move forward with just replacing kennel stations because of the way the footprint is on the existing animal shelter. We would actually see a reduction if we do improvements down to from 174 to 154. The estimated cost to do the renovations is about $7 million, $7 to $10 million, and that was a 15% increase just for basic construction. And then on top of that, to renovate, you'd have to relocate the animals to an alternative site during the course of construction. And the cost to do that is $800,000. So all of that significantly adds up. So we took a hard look at this because of the considerations, and we are recommending that we move forward with the construction of a new shelter, take time to sufficiently program and design what a new facility looks like. That then informs estimates and scope and schedule, and finance the scope of work through a certificate of participation. And the estimate to do that based on our current estimate today with interest rate assumptions, and our interest rates are going down right now in the market, would be about 1.5 to 1.8 million per year for a 30-year term. So buildings have a long life, and that would exceed obviously a 30-year term, so we could finance this through a COP. To buy down the cost of financing to get to that 1.5 to 1.8 amount, we would seek to program $5 million from a combination of ARPA funding. We have general impact fees that we've collected, and we have programmed that in the 2024 budget. So there's $2 million appropriated in impact fees to support the shelter project, and then identify additional capital projects funding to get to that $5 million.
I'm sorry, what impact fees are you referring to?
So when the capital impact fees have different components, so there's a component for fire, a component for police, a component for parks, a component for transportation, and then there's a general government component, and that general government is really meant to cover things like this, things like if there was other facilities that we needed that are outside of those named ones. But we think that this is a citywide service, so we can pull from, to your point, Councilmember Bergen, from across the city. So because this is a citywide facility, we can use impact fees from all areas of the city.
So okay, but the collateral for the COP is the building itself?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, Councilor.
When we had our individual meetings, I asked if we could talk to Arapahoe County about possibly partnering with us. I don't know if they would be open to contributing, but just to buy down that debt a little bit. So is that something that we're looking at?
Yeah, we certainly can do that. We wanted to make sure that we had direction from the council to use the mechanism itself. Once we do that, then we can talk about operators, financing, folks having agreements in terms of how we would do that. We would work with other counties to be able to do that, but had to take this first step to see if we had some direction. But yeah, absolutely. We could reimagine how we want to do that from a clean slate.
Councilmember Gardner.
So I want to make sure I understand. The cost to build the facility is $35 million. To use the COP financing, up to $1.8 million for 30 years. So to finance it will cost $54 million.
With interest, total
Well,
cost.
yeah. So between that and our purchase of Crown Plaza, we're spending nearly $100 million for people experiencing homelessness, animals experiencing homelessness. I have a lot of issues with this. To spend $54 million to build a new animal shelter seems really excessive to me when, yeah, okay, thank you.
Councilmember Coombs.
Yeah, and I think my concern is more so not, right, spending the money on the facility, it's that we're spending $54 million to get $5 million. That's concerning to me as a mechanism. Like, to get $5 million toward the cost. Is that, no, it says net 5 million, so
That would buy down, so total cost could be up to 40 million for a new facility. This is where we have to engage in programming, design work to really narrow in on what that total cost is.
And it's not to get 5 million. I mean, quite frankly, we're at a place now where absent a new facility, PACFA is likely going to not allow us to continue to operate out of our existing shelters, certainly not in the long term.
Where's
So,
PACFA again?
As against the state licensing agency,
Right.
so they are the agency that we operate under for, and we have to meet their requirements for how we are handling these animals. And so essentially, it's a state agency that regulates us, and so if we don't do something in the long term, we're not going to be able to.
Okay, I'm sorry.
so how much money are we borrowing that we're paying back $45 to $54 million on? The whole 35?
The range here, so 1.5 million is borrowing of 25 million. Plus, interest is built into this as well. And then 35 million is the higher end.
Okay, so that's for
We
the
have a
total
range at
amount.
this point, because we really have to sit down and say, what's in our surgical suite? How many kennels do we need? And really define that a little bit more.
That bullet point just confused me. That
The
makes
5 million we want to try to buy down the amount we finance to get this payment down as low as we can.
Okay.
And I just want to say, I was there Thursday, and it was, I think that without there were not enough spaces to have the animals that we're responsible to care for. And so they were using foster care to augment our capability, but there were only like 2 kennels open in the entire facility? Councilmember Bergen?
Yeah, it's a lot of money, but we have one animal shelter in the entire city of 400,000 people that people love their dogs and people have multiple dogs. And it's not just, those people that, have turned in their dog for one reason or another, or that animal shelter people have found dogs roaming. We do veterinary services like vaccinations and so forth. So I just think it's a good investment. We don't have really any other alternatives. That's why I mentioned the county partnering with us, because there's really no other shelter. My understanding is there's one in Denver, and then but nothing really within our boundaries.
Councilmember Hancock, then Councilmember Sunberg.
Ultimately, how many pets are we talking about serving? Double the capacity? Where are we headed?
So we.
I'm going to have her, Jessica, but go ahead, sorry.
I was just gonna say, we have around 100 kennels right now. We're at capacity all the time. We used to only be at capacity in the summer months, and as the mayor mentioned, it's the middle of winter and we're full, and so we're at a point where we're turning people away, and it's, you have animals tied up outside the facility when we say we don't have space for them, and then that becomes, another public nuisance problem. So I think ideally, we would want to try to double the capacity with the new facility, be a lot more efficient with the space. Again, as Laura mentioned, this is an old facility that was retrofitted. It's not meant for animals. The outdoor space is really constrictive. So we would be a lot more efficient with the square footage that we would have to accommodate more animals and then be up to standard. Right now, we're essentially on a waiver from the regulatory agency because our kennels are not meeting the requirements.
So can I follow up with that? So what you had mentioned, Councilmember Bergen, about surgical suites, vaccinations, ... Are we going to be charging people so that we can help kind of fund it, like at a discounted rate or something like that? So to make sure your pet spayed, neutered, up to date on their vaccinations, that kind of thing? Would that be a way to help it kind of fund itself? Well, I mean, it probably won't meet all the needs, but it'll at least help offset some of that cost. So it's not just.
We do have revenue that comes in to the shelter, and those services
Adoption
are,
fees.
adoption fees and things like that. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Sunberg.
Out in Ward 2, there are some incredible efficiencies taking place with JAG, Ambrose, Majestic, building 5 to 6 million square feet of warehouse space. And some of these things are not even spoken for yet, right? Some are. But you look to a guy like Dan Green or Randy Hurdle, and the land that's available there, and the warehouses that they're building now could be sectioned off into a facility that's larger than what we even need now, we could grow into. Perhaps lease it for a while or buy it. Have we talked to anybody in the private sector, such as those guys?
Can answer that. So we've worked with our real estate team. We've looked at a few different options for warehouses or converting commercial space. The major issue here is you need in-floor drains. So you think about the amount of, animal feces and urine and stuff. When
But that can be built, right?
You can. It's just hard to tear up a concrete sort of slab and.
Before it's built.
Yeah, but so where you're going to is essentially a project delivery, and we have talked about how we would look at a project delivery, and that could include some type of public-private partnership where essentially you're a construction manager at risk. There's different methodologies we could use to leverage some of the expertise out there. So we're not there yet. Again, as Roberto said earlier, we kind of need general guidance that we can move forward with this, and then once we do, we will look to try and optimize costs, try and optimize project delivery, minimize, just the disruption. So that those are.
It seems like these guys could build it at a fraction of the price. With the plumbing and less high ceiling or 2 floors or whatever. They're making it happen.
So we keep saying that this is just an animal shelter for dogs, and there's also cats there. There's a various amount of different kind of animals that are brought there. I've also been on a ride along with the animal control officers. We were called to Utah Park because neighbors were complaining of dead geese in the road and in the grass. We had to go scoop them up, put them in a bag. We had to take them to the shelter and cremate them. So the dead cats, the dead dogs, the dead squirrels all over the road, this isn't just a shelter for dogs. This is also like people call when there's a dead dog or a dead cat in the road or squirrels or geese and coyotes. I had to cremate some geese. So, I mean, this is what is going on at the animal shelter. This isn't just, some big homeless shelter for dogs. This is a part of city government.
Okay, Councilmember Gordon.
Yes, but also part of city government is fire stations, police
Correct.
stations.
So we need to figure it out.
lighting roads, and
We need to
this
figure
is
it out.
$54 million.
Well, let's figure it out. Let's figure it out to not be 54 million. Let's reallocate some funds. Let's do something. But we're not gonna have a city with dead animals all over the road. It's not gonna happen.
Well, I like the idea.
Okay, let's be recognized by the chair.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Hancock.
Sorry. I like the idea of looking at the public-private partnership to leverage the resources that already exist so that we can, because $54 million, well, I totally agree with that. I mean, we get dead foxes and stuff in our neighborhood, but if we can look at that, I think we should at least consider it.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Quick question on this. So if we brought in a private operator, like a Dumps Friends League or whatever to do it, is there a way that we can leverage that to have them help pay or would they build, come with capital? I just don't know how the operators that are private that would come in potentially.
Let's privatize this shit.
Yeah. Because I mean, and how much we spend towards operation.
We can look at all of that and options. I think at this point, we're just looking at the capital cost. We don't really know what it's gonna cost till we get into the design, so this is just asking to be able to move forward with continuing to explore.
But I guess my question would be, when a Dumps Friends League or whoever comes in, do they help with capital costs? And I don't know the answer to that. Maybe the answer is no, but.
But some functions are purely governmental, like animal control, where there actually is a law enforcement component to that, I believe. Yeah.
But they could take them there, right? I think that we could stop animal
They
control.
operate out of there, yeah.
Right.
Further questions or comments?
Let's put it
Okay, so,
We'll come back to this, yeah.
so we'll come back to this and list some options that staff can look at. Okay, please proceed then. Okay, I think any other thing on the shelter? Okay, please proceed.
Navigation Center, obviously another capital project. We have over 39 million identified from a variety of sources. Site acquisition is 26.5 million. Over the course of Q1 and Q2 of this year, we'll be completing site due diligence, working through cost estimates for design and renovation. We have sufficient funding available to complete the acquisition and initial renovation costs. But we did want to mention that additional one-time funding might be needed down the road to support future phased improvements pending discussions with operators. Okay, council chambers ADA improvements. So, back early last month, we came to council with a conversation on the council chambers ADA improvements project, and council asked us to go back and look at phased options for implementation and come back with a cost estimate to construct the ramp only. I did want to provide a little bit more context, just in general, about ADA and the city's transition plan. And the Department of Justice requires that all public entities over 50 employees create an ADA transition plan. And we in the city are updating our transition plan currently, which involves a self-evaluation of our current services policies and practices, ADA infrastructure assessments on both our public right-of-way, parks, and facilities, identification and prioritization of the findings that from those assessments will be undertaken, and then we are required by federal law to engage the public in the draft plan and receive feedback on that. So that is underway currently. There'll be a lot more coming forward in terms of updates on that to you all here soon. But essentially all of our permitted projects are reviewed for compliance with ADA regulations. So all of those, as projects are constructed, both private and public, they go through a review for ADA. There was a question in January about, well, what other needs are out there that we might need to invest in? And One that we've continually talked to council about are substandard sidewalks and sidewalk gaps across the city. We've done a lot of analysis on that. Public Works can provide more details on that, but that is certainly a need currently. But of course, as we undertake the work of our infrastructure assessments this year and prioritize those findings, there will be potentially a need for funding to address identified barriers within our plan. So on the council chamber ADA improvement project itself, we have $953,000 in funds identified to support the project. Of that, $750,000 is from our ARPA funding, of which $136,000 has been spent on design for the full project, and the full project is a ramp to the council floor, replacing the lift that is there, and a ramp to the dais. In addition, we have $203,000 earmarked in a capital projects fund to get to the full $953,000 for the full project. The schedule for the full project is estimated to be 8 months. We obviously would work very closely with the contractor to eliminate the duration or mitigate the duration of the schedule. But for the 8 months, the council chambers would need to be closed. And the reason being is because of the structural nature of the project. You have to drill into the floor, which will produce a lot of dust in the room. It will cover the seats, it will cover the AV equipment, and it would be difficult to clean that on a regular basis because of the magnitude of the dust that would be created. So because of that, preliminarily, the months that you see here are equivalent to how long the council chamber would be closed. But again, we recognize the impact and would work very closely with the contractor to minimize that duration. We would need to rebid the project, so that was also a question of what could we do. We could rebid the project within the ARPA deadlines, that's feasible, and certainly come back to council with that final schedule so that you guys are fully aware of what the impact will be.
Let me, if I can raise some point, then let me open it up at this point. And that is, so the sidewalks we're talking about, are they out of ADA compliance right now, or is it just when you start, if you do any kind of changes to the sidewalk, then you have to do, and then it has to be ADA compliant?
They are out of compliance now.
They're out of compliance now?
Yes, Cindy, can you provide details on that, please?
So right now, and we actually are focusing on sidewalk gaps. We actually have almost 200 miles of sidewalk gaps throughout the city. And so for the $750,000 that would be available, we would be able to do about a third of a mile, which is about 1,500 feet. And if you were at the intersection of Alameda and Chambers and then went down Chambers, you could construct an 8-foot walk to about Exposition. So that's just an example of what that 1,500 feet would look like. I will mention with the gaps that we have, we've been very successful with the Dr. Cog funding to fill a lot of those gaps. Any other questions?
How much have we been able to do a year about?
Oh, gosh. Well, over the last four years, I believe we are working towards about $5 million of sidewalk gap improvements that we're doing.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
and how much of that total funding came from Dr. Cog?
We did probably a 30% match with them. So to Greg Hayes' point, spending other people's money with a little bit more on that match.
Okay.
So.
Further questions or comments? Yes, Councilmember.
Well, I just have an issue with the chamber being closed that long. I mean, we do have ceremonies in there. What are we going to do with all those ceremonies that we have in the chambers?
Councilmember Gardner.
Our chamber was closed for 2.5 years, and we managed. And we now only meet every 2 weeks.
I know some people like to not come to be in person, I guess.
Councilmember Jaworski.
I think after hearing this, the biggest priority is the sidewalks in the city. I mean,
It does 1,500 feet. And we have 200 miles.
right. I think that's a pretty big priority to put funding towards it.
Okay, further discussion on this?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs and Councilmember Sundberg.
so we're consistently, every year, getting DRCOG funding with capital infrastructure funds that we already have. Like, we are making progress on this issue. By continuing to not address the council chambers issue, we're just saying certain people don't belong in our council chambers and on our dais. And that they have to use a separate entrance, which I think we know is not, not inclusive. So, yeah, we can fund 1,500 feet of sidewalks, or we can use the process through DRCOG, which provides us with most of the money that we end up spending on this, to continue to address those sidewalk gaps, which we've been doing, and we're not doing anything about this.
Councilmember Sundberg.
For you to say that we don't want someone in a wheelchair on this dais is just a strange emotional.
Yeah, they can get that.
There's a ramp right there that they can do it now, right? So, yes, if it came about, we would want someone on the dais.
And we would make
So, but I remember the last time we spoke, it seemed like the ramp on the other side did not require a closure of the chamber if it was going to be just that ramp coming down. So it seems like there's a closure now.
We took a further look at it, and because of the amount of dust that'll be created, currently the rec is to close the chamber.
So that's a change.
They can't put plastic. I mean, I have
And
it in
until
my
we
house.
revisit, we will obviously work with the contractor.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, several conversations going at the same time. Laura, could you repeat what you
He
just?
would work with the contractor on mitigation strategies to decrease the duration, any techniques that they have to control dust, to control the impact. We would work through
And
that.
how long would it have to be closed under that scenario where it's just one side?
Do you want to speak a little bit more?
So this work, because it includes the ramp and the seating area on the floor, is 2/3 of the chamber. And with the high ceilings in there, I mean, obviously they will be trying to mitigate dust because they don't want it going in the building either. But it'd be hard to create a safe and clean place for public. The other concern is, as Laura mentioned, we have all the TVA equipment, and the best scenario would be to remove whatever we can for the duration of construction out of there, and then tightly cover, and not, cover, recover, cover, recover. So it's just really difficult during all these activities, which are overlapping tasks, to create a time period in there where we think that chambers can safely be open, and functional, where you can still be streaming and.
Councilmember Lawson.
Mayor, Laura, I just have a question. Did city staff, because I know we're focused on this project, but did city staff evaluate other city facilities that are not ADA compliant?
That will be part of the transition plan ADA assessments that we'll be
Okay,
undertaking, yes.
So we don't know.
So we
We
don't
have
know.
not done that to date.
So we don't know, because there could be some facilities that are really in need of ADA compliant compared to our council chambers. And because that analysis has not been done, we don't know.
Well, I thought it was done.
No.
It was not done.
That is not, no, that is part of our transition plan work.
Okay,
we
so,
are doing
so there could be
evaluations
other
now.
areas that are out of, because the council chamber is in and of itself is not out of compliance, correct?
Correct.
But,
Right.
okay, is it one of these things, though, that if you do some renovation, then you have to bring it up to ADA standards, or even if we did renovation, are they at ADA standards now, period?
Council chambers is ADA compliant.
Okay, period, okay. Councilmember Sundberg.
There are other considerations that have been taken in there. I didn't know until it was pointed out to me by our city manager that there are seats in there where something folds up and allows someone with, who needs a little extra room to sit down. I think there's at least 4 of those in there. So. For whatever.
It's not been a problem.
Is there a response to that from staff?
Yes, there are several available seats that will support those with a need.
So somebody wheelchair bound then?
Or with a cane.
The wheelchair bound, I think, is
Yes.
essentially at the back, or they have to take the ramp down to the floor. We don't have anything like that, so we don't have dedicated seating.
There are seats at the end where this lifts kind of, it opens like a door, so if you have mobility challenges, you can scoot into that seat. Also creates a little more width. There's a couple at the top and some at the bottom. If you're in a wheelchair and wish not to leave the wheelchair, there is the seating kind of right here, and then taking the lift to the floor.
Councilmember Lawson.
Mayor, I mean, I think because that assessment has not been done, there could be more of needs. I think that that should be done before we even try to consider this. So that's just my opinions on that.
Laura, how long would it take to do the assessment?
We're hoping to complete those assessments this year as part of the transition plan update.
Well, I think I guess, I think that's a question for council. I mean, should we wait until that assessment's done before we do this?
Yeah, I'm a yes.
Yes. Mayor,
Councilmember Coombs?
just, the ARPA funds have a limited
That's true.
timeframe on being spent. So it's like, we are going to have to address ADA issues that exist, but these might not be the dollars with which we do that, because it's a use it or lose it. And I've heard that some of the guidance that's coming down is use it by the end of this year now, instead of the end of next year, due to some statements that
Can you
have been
speak to
made.
that?
Yeah, I actually talked to our grants compliance officer, and for the purposes of the city, we're a little bit different than the state, because they were assuming when they like appropriate it and approve it in their budget, they could count that as spending. We're doing it under the definition of encumbering, so as long as we award that contract by the end of the year, then we have till 2026 to spend it, and they're still confident that we're okay on those guidelines.
So I think that the question is, is there time to do a study to see, I guess the problem is, is there time to do a study and bring the result in terms of what is not ADA compliant in the city outside of the sidewalks, and bring it back to council to make a decision and to award a contract before the end of the year on either the council chambers or another option that may not be ADA compliant?
Mayor, I don't think there would be enough time
Okay.
to meet the encumbrance deadline and rebid.
Okay. Councilmember Verdi?
If we were not in compliance, I would agree to do this, but we are in compliance. I just think we have so many needs in the city that why are we doing this when we're in compliance? It just, and if we can't do the study, I don't understand. We're February. We can't get a study done in 6 months to make a decision. Like, wouldn't they just go building by building and evaluate them?
If council were to choose to complete the project, it takes us a couple months to bid the project, award the project, get under contract, leading up to the deadline. And so really that narrows the window in for decision-making for council in terms of completing the study, finalizing the study, coming back to you all, and then having a conversation about the project to move forward.
Further comments? Councilmember Jurinski?
Yeah, I would just also like to say that, again, it's been said that we are currently in compliance. It's also been said here today that for our animal shelter, we could literally be out of compliance with PAC funds. So I just want to throw that out there. My vote is to put this on hold,
Pending.
whatever we decide to do.
Okay.
We have many other needs.
Okay, so so the option doesn't just have to be what is not ADA compliant in the city.
Right, this ARPA funding can go towards any of our needs.
Okay.
Any of our needs. It can be reallocated.
What would be, if staff were to come back with some recommendations of this and some other options to utilize this money, when could that be?
So we'll get there today. We're going to try and give you, our goal today was to sort of, we'd gone through, we'd looked at what you had told us to do, what council had told us to do in terms of programs and other things like that. We have a number of programs that are complete. We have remaining funding left over. We have some other set-asides that have not moved forward. Council had also set aside a reserve amount. So what we were going to do here in a few slides is walk you through our recommendation to fully commit all of the funds by the end of the year. And so if you want to change a portion of that, you can, and we have some options as to how to essentially move forward on that, because we are trying to, our goal is to have all of the funds committed and projects moving forward. So, and main thing is to complete projects and complete projects that you've already told us to do.
Okay, Councilmember.
I have a question, because I don't think it is on the future slides. IT, didn't that qualify for ARPA funds? Technology? And we have a lot of needs. So are those identified on the slides, the IT needs?
We can look at that. I will tell you that IT is, and I'm going to look at Scott, we are finding more and more now that we have tried to generally address ARPA funds to one-time needs. Our IT needs are not one-time, they are ongoing.
So
More and
purchase,
more now.
only like purchases.
Yeah, I know, and more now we're seeing technology solutions are essentially software as a service, and so you're seeing an ongoing cost. And so I think we've not necessarily gone down a road of addressing some of our IT needs. We have a number of IT needs because they're ongoing costs. We're trying to keep one-time sources to one-time uses.
So just real quick, so other cities that use their ARPA funds for broadband, for example, it was in the infrastructure, not in the ongoing?
Depending on what they used it for. So a lot of entities may have used it to lay the boring and lay the fiber conduits into the ground and then pull the fiber through. That would be mostly one time because then you may have to do maintenance repair if the fiber gets cut. Some entities may have actually offered broadband services. That would be more of an ongoing nature, but they may have used that one-time funding to just set up the infrastructure to do it.
Okay, I think we'll come back to this.
Yeah,
Laura,
so
why don't you go ahead and
Tie
move
this all together for you all. Okay, 9 Mile Pedestrian Bridge. This project is not currently funded from ARPA. However, we have Dr. Cog federal funds attached to the scope, as well as a pending federal earmark that's going through the appropriations process now for $850,000. And so this project, currently we have 15.8 million identified from all the various sources, including a pending $2 million contribution from the developer of the point to support this project. And then we added $4 million in the 2024 budget. The funds required, so there are 2 scope options for this project. The first is to install elevators, which the cost to do that is $20.8 million, or to do ramps for the bridge, which is $16.3 million. So we talked about this briefly at the budget workshop last year, and since the budget workshop, the federal OMB came forward with further detailed guidance on the Buy America, or Build America, Buy America Act, which requires that all of the iron, steel manufactured products and construction materials used in the infrastructure projects that they be produced in the United States. This act was attached to the infrastructure bill when it was approved in 2021, and further guidance has come forward. Currently, we are facing severe supply challenge issues on elevators. That challenge is exacerbated by the Build America, Buy America requirement. So as Public Works took a really hard look at this in preparation to rebid the project to get the number down, elevators were identified to be a real challenge, and we're concerned that the elevators will result in us not being able to complete the project by the required deadlines for the federal funds. And Cindy Cullip can provide more details on that if needed. But essentially, to do the elevator option, we would need $5 million more for the project. The ramp option, we would need $650,000 more. And I will say, in rebidding the project, we believe that numbers may go down. We're in a better market right now. So that would be held for the rebid of the project.
Councilmember Jurenski.
Yeah, in the Ward 4 Town Hall, Councilmember Hancock and I were questioned thoroughly about this project. I mean, we were questioned by everybody in the room that these promises have been made by the city. If you want to look at some sort of ADA compliance, I think right there, that $650,000 is where we could reallocate previous funds from the previous project and get this going right here, because these people are begging, and not just for ADA compliance, but it is not safety. It is not safe for them, and a lot of them ride the bus. They're trying to get to the 9 Mile. You see how many accidents there are over there? This right here, the ramp That's a priority, and we heard it loud and clear at the Ward 4 Town Hall, just so everybody knows.
Councilmember Bergen?
Yeah, I was going to basically say the ramp is needed there, and just the ramp versus the elevator. I think our elevators sometimes have maintenance problems and break down, so I just thought ramp might be a better option.
Let me just say, I get a lot of complaints on the one by 9 Mile. It's a little bit further down, that's actually in the city of Aurora, where, drug use and things like that occurring in the elevator itself. Councilmember Hayden.
Yes, I was going to say that as well, that the safety issue is a big factor. And folks have been robbed at the elevators, and so the ramp, and people made no bones about wanting this ramp. And whatever funds we can, articulate to get this, we need to do that. That should be a
And
big
Mayor,
priority.
high drug usage
High
with
drug
the
usage.
elevator options.
Right.
Yes.
So,
And people sleeping in the
yeah,
elevators, the homeless issue.
but we heard over and over and over, you promised us, and of course they're taking it out on Stephanie and I, you promised us this connection, you promised us this bridge. I mean, this
want
was
it.
overwhelming
Yeah,
for safety.
big safety concern with
this
people
would be
going
one.
across Parker Road. Okay,
We'll come back. We'll tie
we're
this
gonna come
together.
back. Okay.
Okay, so a little bit of an update on our ARPA funding in totality. So the city in 2021 received $65.4 million through the American Rescue Plan Act funding. And we talked about the deadlines. The deadlines are that this funding has to be encumbered by the end of this year and expended by December 31 of 2026. So as of year-end 2023, we've spent $20.5 million. We've obligated and encumbered $6 million of the 20, and currently we have $38.8 million unspent. And so in doing the math, which incorporates $5.1 million in unspent amounts from the following programs listed here, and if you have specific questions about these programs, we have staff available to answer those. We have $6.7 million available to program. That 6.7 also includes 1.6 million in reserves that council set aside when programming the ARPA funding in the instance of need that came up on the various programs and executing them. And so because of the deadlines coming, and as Jason said, we want to get our projects funded out of here to completion, we are recommending programming the full 6.7. Before I move to that slide, are there any questions on ARPA funding specifically, anything listed here?
Well, I just have a
Councilmember Jurenski.
question, because there's funding on hold for projects also that I don't see up there.
So that, I think you're talking about up there allocated amount unspent in that 38 million. So obviously, we've got some significant funding for, council did do a commitment to the Mile High Behavioral Health Care Campus. I think you all did some, again, towards, I think the navigation campus would be in that 38 million. So there are some significant amounts that council has directed, and those projects are moving forward. I think they're very likely in that allocated but unspent category.
So Councilmember Coombs and I have two different strategies, I think, on some of our nonprofit partners. And so I'm not sure where in this discussion that should come up. Councilmember Bergen.
Can we get a list of what is in the unspent? And, because like you said, most of them are going to go forward.
It's right there. Those are the projects.
No. I think she means in the allocated but unspent in the 38 million.
Full update of everything allocated.
Some are not going to go forward.
Right. So can we get a list of the allocated unspent?
Yes.
Okay. Further discussion? Okay.
Okay, next slide. So at the December 18th council meeting, council had a conversation about additional funding for selected homeless service providers, and the amounts and the providers were selected through a NOFO process run by Housing and Community Services, and that was in addition to contracts with Bridge House, Ready to Work, Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, and Family Tree. And at that meeting, council did not make a decision in light of the workshop coming, and so we wanted to bring that back to you all today in the context of the conversation to receive direction on the recommended amounts, which total at 1.589490, 1.5 million, and how council would like to proceed with that decision.
Okay.
We have Emma here to answer any questions on this.
Okay. And let me just say that my recommendation was to go 2/3 in 2024 and 1/3 in 2025 to where to prevent a cliff effect at the end of 1 year. I mean, so it declines over a 2-year period. Councilmember Bergen.
But some of these are not going to be needed once we have the navigation center, right? Like, if you're going to open by summer in the navigation center phase one, which would
next year,
be
right?
cold weather activation and
So to clarify, the intention would be that we would not do an RFP process for 2025 for marijuana funds, besides what's needed for the navigation campus and probably some other specific things. The navigation campus wouldn't open until sometime in 2025, hopefully early 2025. But yeah, there's some agencies on here, once we move over, we would no longer fund, specifically like the Day Resource Center. So there wouldn't be a need for funding that in 2025. Those funds would move over.
Okay.
So if we're not using marijuana funds in 2025, we would be using ARPA funds, which would be kind of awkward, just from a staff perspective.
okay, but I guess I misunderstood. I thought we were opening this year, like August.
Not like.
No.
No, okay.
Councilmember Sundberg, then Councilmember Jersey.
Just to summarize, we're looking at this sheet because there was a 65% drop in marijuana revenue, right? So we're trying to fill that gap because of a market drop in revenue from marijuana.
No, well, we were spending down fund balance. We had built some fund balances. I don't want to say revenues dropped 65%. We were spending one-time money in 2021, 2022. We were spending beyond what we've been bringing in on an ongoing basis. What council has awarded for 2024 is contracts that are level with the amount of marijuana revenue that we believe we're going to bring in.
So we're supplementing because of the drop in revenue from marijuana.
Because we've exhausted the one-time funds available.
Reserve money,
Yeah.
essentially.
Councilmember Jersey.
Yeah, when this originally came forward, I was personally disappointed that staff didn't choose to give something to Bridge House, but at the end of the day, there has been a decline in marijuana revenue. We are going full steam with the navigation center. Recommendations were made, and I'm gonna stick with the original recommendations, and I am a no vote on any ARPA spending, especially after what we've seen here in the previous slides.
Okay. And just to clarify that the new Navigation Resource Center won't be operational until early 2025.
They need to start fundraising.
Okay. Councilmember Coombs.
So yeah, I would say that in recognition of the fact that that facility is not going to provide any support for families, we might want to look at least at Family Tree, Gateway, and Comitas, and CCN, which are the projects that serve families in our city.
Okay, so what is your recommendation then? Can you state it again?
That if we are not going to fund anything else, that we should at least fund Family Tree, Gateway, Comitas, and Colfax Community Network.
Okay. And what was the fourth one? I'm sorry. What was the fourth one? Councilmember Coombs?
Colfax Community Network.
We're 13, 15, and 16.
Okay.
Below that Cook, and then below that is CCN.
Okay. Further, on the Coombs amended proposal, Councilmember Gardner.
Yeah, I would strongly discourage my, and I'm going to be a no vote on all these, but I would strongly discourage my colleagues from supporting any money for Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. There are a lot of stories out there about their facilities with infestations of rats, bed bugs, roaches, and other conditions that are barely passable or livable. I heard a story of a paraplegic that had to tie a rope to a sink. He was on the second floor. He had to tie a rope to a sink in case there was a fire and the elevator wasn't working so he could lift himself out. Stories go on and on and on about their living facilities. Colorado Coalition for the Homeless is famous for not maintaining capital maintenance funds, so they don't maintain their facilities. And so I would strongly discourage my colleagues from supporting any money for Colorado Coalition for the Homeless.
I tell you what, would it be acceptable to go to get a sense of the council going item by item?
No.
Councilmember Bergen?
I have a question on Coombs' proposal, which is number 12, 13, 15, and 16, which are the family-related services that we don't fund. Would that be for the 2/3 amount or the, I mean, we're talking about 2024, right?
Yeah.
So is it the 2/3 amount?
I think
I would be amenable to either.
Because I would be okay with the 2/3, not the full, because I think funded some of them.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Jelinski?
Also, too, Jessica Prosser just said that using any ARPA funding to fund these programs would be very awkward from a staff perspective. I stand firm. I'm a no on anything. What does she mean?
Jessica, could you elaborate on
And
that?
just to clarify, so if we're not using marijuana funds in 2025, but we're using ARPA funding, this is essentially filling the gap from what a lot of these agencies were funded with marijuana funds. So if we're not doing the initial marijuana, but we just have a small amount coming from ARPA, that would be the very, very, very last time then we're funding them, kind of a thing. So we can do that, we just won't have the marijuana agreements with it. And then just to clarify, for CCH, for the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, that's funding case management at their facility that's on the Fitzsimmons campus, and it does not predominantly serve families, just so you know.
I'm sorry, what facility? Which facility?
Coalition.
I mean, but is that on the Comitas facility or the Day Resource Center?
They're separate. So
It's a veteran.
Councilmember Coombs,
Oh,
that
I see
wasn't
what
on
you
your
mean.
list.
Okay.
Right, no,
Okay,
CCN,
never mind.
not CCH.
Okay, that's the apartment building for dedicated to veterans. Okay. Further discussion? Let me get a sense, is there, to go individually through these or just to vote?
I would like to go individually because there's one I would support.
Okay, is there objection to doing it individually?
Can we just do it? Yeah.
Well,
Can I make a proposal?
okay, well, Councilmember Gardner has a proposal to do them individually. Is there objection to that? You object? How many are in favor of doing them individually? I would speak to that.
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, so I think we got a majority. Okay, so now the question, let me pose another question. And as we go through individually, is it full funding for 2024 or is it 2/3 funding?
2/3.
Okay, it's 2/3. Is there objection to 2/3? Okay, we'll go 2/3 then. Aurora Housing Authority, those in favor of 2/3 funding for Aurora Housing Authority, it's at 100,000.
Coombs.
Councilmember Coombs. Who else is in favor of Aurora Housing Authority? Okay, then that will not go forward. Aurora Mental Health at $62,700. That's at 2/3 funding. All those in support of that, please signify.
Coombs.
1, 2, 3. That will not go forward. Bridge House at $33,000. Okay, that will go
Mayor,
forward.
I'd like to propose the full funding, the 50,000.
Okay,
I would say.
is there objection to, how many people in favor of full funding for Bridge House? Very well, that will go forward then at $50,000. Coalition for the Homeless, which is actually, if I understand it, it's a veterans facility on the west side of the campus by Peoria. Let me ask, 2/3 is, who's in favor of 2/3 funding for the Coalition for the Homeless Veterans Facility? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
For veterans.
5.
Question, Mayor, is
Yeah,
it for
Councilmember
specifically
Hancock?
for veterans?
What's that?
Will it be directed specifically
It's
to
exclusively,
veterans?
this facility is exclusive for veterans, am I correct?
Yes, it is.
Can you give more of a description of the facility?
Sure, so this is the facility, it's not the newest one they just built by the Housing Authority. This is the, CCH facility for veterans who were formerly experiencing homelessness. So it's permanent supportive housing for a lot of the folks. Some of the folks are closer to a market rate, it's kind of mixed with that. And it is for essentially homelessness prevention, case management for those folks.
Okay, let me ask the question again. All those in favor of 2/3 funding for 10A11, which is Colorado Coalition for the Homeless, for that project? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that will not go forward. Family Tree, at 2/3 is $64,363 for Family Tree. Is there let me ask this, how about full funding for Family Tree? Okay, full funding, and that will go forward then at $97,250. Gateway, let me ask the question, then full funding for Gateway at $115,000. Gateway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Mr. Mayor, is this
Yes.
also for families, because I've lost track.
Yeah.
So Gateway is our.
Can somebody respond
Yes,
to?
so Gateway is Gateway Domestic Violence, so there are some families there, yes.
It's all from domestic violence,
Yes,
is it not?
it's only for
So
people
it's either going to be women in a domestic violence situation or
I mean, it could be
women
men
with
in, it could be men in
Could
domestic
be-
violence as well,
okay.
but primarily women in a domestic violence
But
situation
they are
with their
a
children.
referral from, often a referral from APD and when they intervene. in
Yes,
domestic violence.
yes.
Okay.
It's not always.
Okay, so Councilmember Bergen would like consideration for 2/3, and Councilmember Lawson, supporting 2/3 for Gateway, used to be called Battered Women's Shelter, I think the name has changed. Okay, majority have risen at 2/3, so that will be at $75,900. Mile High Behavioral Health, ADRC, I'm going to ask 2/3 for that. Is there support for 2/3 for ADRC? 1, 2, 3. Okay, that will not go forward. Mile High Behavioral Health Colfax Community Network, 2/3, 161,700. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That will go forward at 2/3. Mile High Behavioral Health Comitas. I'll ask the question at 2/3, 234,168. There are families at Mile High Behavioral Health, at Comitas Crisis Center.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That will not go forward. Restoration Christian Ministries, that's a pallet home? Shelter, is that correct? That is a pallet home shelter. I'm going to support that at, I'm going to ask a question.
Can I ask a question?
Councilmember Gardner?
How is that different than the Safe Outdoor Space Chambers?
Can speak to that. So Restoration is the property owner, so they are the ones paying for all of the utilities and some staffing to keep the site clean and all of that. And the Salvation Army is the one operating the facilities, so they are paying primarily for staffing and food. So that's the delineation there.
Okay. I'm going to ask for full funding.
Let me ask a question on that one.
Yeah, go.
Do their parishioners help fund that with the donations, tithing and so forth, the care?
No, they don't. They are pretty strapped for money right now, so they're really relying on us.
It's really dedicating their land, dedicating their land.
Yes, they're good.
Towards it. And so it's safe parking
They
and
do
a power
provide
home.
dinners occasionally, or I think weekly for the folks staying there, and they have the safe parking lot on their site as well, so they're providing things for that as well.
Okay, Councilmember Bergen.
How much did we already give them?
The Restoration, we gave them $175,000.
175,000.
Yes.
But is that what was that for?
That's for the Restoration Christian Ministries.
But what was it for, any
For
construction?
the same thing, trash, utilities. It's just the marijuana fund, yeah.
Okay, hey, let's,
Putting them at their
one person at a time, please. A further comment on Restoration Christian Ministries?
Mayor, so
Councilmember
this would
Hancock.
be a continuation of what they're already doing to help support
Yes.
them
But we
going
gave them
forward. So the,
175.
so the 175 that they got before, was that just for 1 year, or what
This
was
year.
it was just for this year?
Which is what we're talking about.
So
Okay,
what,
please, one person.
so giving them the 25 additional will help them continue their programming through,
For this year.
just for this year?
Mayor,
Councilmember Coons.
so would put their funding for this year level with their funding last year instead of a cut.
Okay, Councilmember Bergen, did you have anything else?
No, I was just gonna make a statement, because we had a reduction because the marijuana revenues went down. Everyone took cuts. We made this statement before, I think it was Councilmember Gardner, about how everyone has had to budget and do with less. And we funded them for $175,000. I mean, I don't know why we're reevaluating this again, when we, if we didn't give them any money, or we only gave them, half.
Like Bridge House?
Well, it's a significant pallet home community and a significant safe parking there.
Are they adding any pallet homes? Because we already funded
We
the
have
pallet
added
homes.
some, but,
We're not adding any additional pallet shelters.
Right.
No,
Not-
this
not
will
this
be
year.
to sustain what we already have.
Councilmember Jermenski?
Yeah. Emma, can I just ask, I know for a fact that Bridge House didn't receive any funding, not just a limited amount. They didn't receive any at all, which is why I was overwhelmingly wanting to support them. Are there any others on this list that also didn't receive any at all? Or are the rest of these, they received the limited amount from marijuana revenues?
So it was Family Tree, Bridge House, and Colorado Coalition for the Homeless. Those three didn't receive any funding. Everyone else on this list has received funding in marijuana or in ESG fund, or in one of the other funds we have.
Okay, let's, further question, I want to ask a question for, I'm sorry, Councilmember Hancock.
So
They didn't get any? Oh, they got it.
Okay, let's pay. Councilmember Hancock has the floor, please. Okay, Councilmember Hancock.
So with this additional, if we just do the 2/3, then that'll give them a chance to do the stopgap so they can get some additional funding and resources going forward for next year. Because it seems to me, even if they got the $175,000 last year for the pallet homes and all that stuff, they still have to continue to do this until the resource navigation campus is done.
Right.
And I just think, we just don't want to just stop them, give them a little bit of runway to get,
You got a
that's
term
my,
of
I
art?
made that up myself.
Okay.
Would you give them some runway to just,
Okay. Councilmember Bergen?
The $175,000 that we allocated for this year for their operations does not include pallet homes that we purchased in previous years. Some of these organizations have been funded for year after year after year. Those pallet homes already paid for. The $175,000 is
Okay.
for operations.
Let me, please, everybody, let's, okay, can you enlighten me to what this is being paid for? Because I think Salvation Army is providing the case managers, correct?
Are we still talking about Restoration Christian Ministries? Yes, so that is for utilities, it's for the security that they have on site.
Okay,
As well
okay.
as, I think, one staff member to just
Okay.
help with everything else.
Listen, I would ask for full funding. I think this is important to the city. All those support full funding this year. I mean, this is a key transition to be able to have this capability. Tell the Resource Navigation Center stood up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is there anybody that supports it on this side? Okay, 6, good. Okay, 25,000. Salvation Army, SOS Chamber. Oh, so this is the one on Chambers, okay. This is utilizing the land of Christian Restoration Fellowship. 35,000, I think this is, again, an important transition for us to have.
We're acting like we didn't fund them, though.
No,
We had a robust conversation.
this is very important, because they are providing the case
Are
management.
they doing any of their own funding, any of them, Colfax Community Network? How much have they raised this year? Can we see financials?
Well, I
Are
think
they fundraising?
we already rejected Colfax Community Network.
Oh, no, we didn't. We sure didn't.
You funded them in
CCM?
We've talked about this so much.
Okay.
And we didn't get answers. Are they fundraising? Do you know?
Well, did we, yeah, but we,
I'm
but,
pretty sure nonprofit is fundraising. Yes.
No, they're not.
okay, but we didn't,
They are.
That also doesn't.
they're not on the list of this, we didn't support them, correct?
Yes, CCN was supported. That's to my point, Mayor.
We did say yes on that.
Yes. Can we just keep moving down the list?
Okay, so if we support them, then if the votes were there, the votes were there.
Yes, thank you.
Salvation Army, that's on the, by the Restoration Christian Fellowship. I would support them at $35,000. Again, important, a very important transition for us. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, this is Salvation Army. They're providing the case management that I think is just very important.
And that's for their two different, this is a Chambers location.
Yeah. And so they have 2 pallet, how many pallet homes are we talking about in this location?
At that location, 656, around there.
Okay. I mean, how many pallet homes, I'm sorry?
Total between the two sites?
Yeah,
It's just under 100.
And it's divided pretty equally?
The chamber site is larger
Okay.
by 10
Okay.
maybe.
I think this is for, this is our, please listen up here. This is our capability for this year before the Navigation Resource Center stood up. And if you look at the way we're going to go with the trespass ordinance that Councilmember Sundberg is going to be introducing, the new court that Councilmember Gardner is going to be putting forward, it's really critical to have this component there to be able to have a place to put people that are trying to better themselves. And so I would ask for $35,000 for this facility. Councilmember.
How much did we give to Salvation Army?
We gave them 90,000 of marijuana funds.
90,000? And that, again, did not include any pallet homes because that was already pre-purchased.
Correct. It was just for ongoing operations.
The operations.
And that, is that for the Chambers and the Peoria, the 90?
Each got 90.
Oh, each got 90, so 180,000. Okay.
Because this is this is, now this will go away in 2005. 2025. 2025. And so, but we've really got to have this as a bridge between now and then. Okay, all those who support the Salvation Army at $35,000. Thank you. 1, 2, good. Okay, that'll go forward. Salvation Army, the Peoria location, at $14,592. Who will support that? Again, critical piece. Thank you.
Don't worry, he has a name tag coming. He has a name tag coming. He's gonna wear it the rest of the day.
You're the one,
I'm gonna make a name tag.
Need to stuff his
Don't worry about it.
Should be going out criminals. Criminals. Okay, so that goes forward then. Okay.
But we're fully funding, sorry, but we did vote to fully fund Bridge House and Family Tree. That got nothing? Yes.
So the mayor's got, I'm going to just check our notes there, so if I circled it, that's, you want to
Okay.
just, those you said yes to.
Okay, so Bridge House is at 50,000.
Yes. And Family Trees at 97.
Family Tree is at 97,520.
Yes.
Gateway's at 75,900.
Yes.
Then Mile High Behavioral Health, Colfax Community Network is at 161,700. Let's see, Restoration Christian Ministries is at 25. Salvation Army, SOS Chambers is at 35. Salvation Army, SOS Peoria is at 14.592.
So a total of 459,712.
Great. And I have a question.
Yes.
Will we get productivity reports from these agencies?
No. They'll say yes, but it'll
They
be.
say yes every year, and we never do.
Can I ask staff, is that okay? Staff, can you comment on
We'll
that?
get the same data we're always getting from all the other agencies, which is through HMIS reporting, which they're required to report into. And we can be better about sending that to you quarterly if
Okay,
that's
because
something
I have probably asked for 4 years in a row, and you guys always say, yes, we get that data, and we'll get it to you, and I've never gotten it.
Noted.
fund them.
Back to you.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yeah, Councilmember
I
Lawson.
just had a question to your comment. So you said that when the navigation center is going to be built, we're going to get rid of these pallet shelters? So I guess
They-
we put such an investment in those, so you mean to tell me we're just going to get rid of them?
It's undecided yet. They may be co-located with a facility, but I believe that's undecided yet.
So we may still use them as part of the operations, either moving them over to the navigation campus so we can have efficiencies with staffing, or keeping some of them there, you know, a popular amenity for folks that have been living in encampments they're willing to go into them. So either way, we own them and they can be used for other things.
Just,
Mayor,
okay,
go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Just because, I mean,
That would
I
be-
see that would be a total waste of money.
Absolutely.
If we just got rid of them. So I just wanted to just clarify your comment.
Yeah, it's something we'll work through
Yeah.
with the operator at this point. I don't think we have a decision on that.
Yeah, and we just said to call pallet homes because the way they can collapse and fold and be stored for future use. Councilmember Sundberg.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to point out the value in those to, we toured the Oakwood Homes modular construction facility. They've shut down their current operations for modular homes and are supporting and building for Mayor Johnson these little micro homes. They cost $11,000 to build. Ours cost $8,000 to purchase. These micro homes that Johnson is doing sleep only one person, and ours do two. So I think there's value in keeping these things.
Yeah, we need to keep them.
Councilmember Hancock.
I would absolutely,
suggest that we make better use of these things. To your point, Councilmember Lawson, it would be a colossal waste of resources to just, you know, we're just putting the money in a pile and burning it. They need to be out at the navigation campus for people to the Jack Briggs model of this is how you move from off of, you know, a campsite into an actual place to stay. We need to have these things have double
Okay.
duty.
Councilmember Drinsky.
It's just stupid.
I mean,
Just
I'm
wait
just
for
sitting for lunch. This has just been a really robust conversation.
How many slides are we on, Laura?
Okay, Councilmember.
Sorry, just very quickly, and we invested actually additional money into running the utilities and other things on the Peoria site, so we might want to look at continued use of that site as we're evaluating those.
Unresolved. Okay, very well. Any other questions on this? I think, and we're ready to move on.
We've got direction. So, Laura, keep going.
Yes, so this is the slide that ties the entire presentation together. And then the next slide will be decision points from council in order. So, capital project needs, start top to bottom, Fire Station 9. To pivot to, thank you, Jason, the replacement of that facility, we need 9.3 million, we have 4.8, we need 4.5. Of the 6.7 million in ARPA funding, we are recommending programming 4.5 of that. With the discussion with council for $459,712, we would take fire impact fees in that amount and apply it against that 4.5 to free up the $459,000 in ARPA funds to fund the contract, if council supports that financial.
To fund the contract, you mean the ramp?
Which one?
These, sorry, the ones that council just
Oh, the one that we just did,
Yes.
okay.
Okay.
Okay,
So you can kind of see on the far right, the staff recommendations. Let's just go to that. So what we're essentially, given the discussions we've just heard, I'm going to start at the bottom. We've just heard, because we were
okay,
listening.
everybody listen up, please.
We just heard, so what we're going to say, so essentially the staff recommendation of where we're at is $459,000 for homeless service provider contracts. That's what you just told us. And then moving up at the 9 Mile pedestrian bridge, we're going to take, I think, $650,000 for the ramp, given all the other considerations we've heard due to the challenges with elevators, supply chain, everything else. We don't need any funding. We're not recommending any funding for the navigation campus. For the animal shelter, we're asking for $1.5 million. We understand there's some concerns on the COP. I will tell you, absent COP, we're back to the drawing board, and I don't know what we're going to do for an animal shelter here in the foreseeable future. And then finally, as Laura just said, we would adjust that recommendation. Let's call it $4 million of ARPA funds to complete Fire Station 9 replacement. We'll augment that $500,000 we just took from capital impact fees. We've got that available, and our goal there is we've got clear line of sight to complete Fire Station 9. We've got work to do on the animal shelter, but we've got ARPA funding to continue the design. We'll come back to you with details on the COP if you're okay with that. The navigation center, we're not moving any funds here, and then we'll move forward with bidding the 9-mile pedestrian bridge, setting aside the 650, and then we'll bring forward an item on the homeless service provider contracts in those amounts.
Councilmember Murray.
I think we have money left over from the 6 point, whatever it was, if you, right?
No,
No.
no.
We didn't spend all the homeless.
I know, I understand that, but so,
So-
but
So can't we put it towards the animal shelter?
No, just let me, I'll get you to 6.7. 4 million for fire station. 1.5 million for the animal shelter.
Right.
$650,000 for 9-mile pedestrian bridge, $459,000 for homeless service providers. That's the $6.7 million.
Okay.
And then the last question for council is council direction on the council chambers project. So direction from council, how to proceed, complete the full project at $953,000, only complete the council chamber floor ramp at $773,000, or other ADA needs.
And Laura, just a quick, so the construction time is the same for either option, correct?
We will be able to meet the ARPA deadlines.
Well, and part of this is until we rebid the contract and really press the
Yes.
contractor for how long will you need to shut down the chambers. We've heard the concerns. We're guessing. We don't know. Until I get a contractor and I really press them, I don't know.
It's a
Our
conservative
estimate is
I
it's a
don't know. I thought we said no.
7-month project.
I thought we said no.
Correct.
I thought we did too.
Okay.
We did not go around and get consensus, so that's what we're.
I think we need to do that.
So revisiting it right
Okay,
now.
so let me, let me do, so we've got two options here, or none, there's a third option is not do anything. And so, let me, let's have discussion on these three options right now.
Can we
I
just?
think we discussed, let's just vote.
You ready to vote? Okay.
On which one? On which number? Just on the council chamber?
Okay, so, council chambers, council chamber floor ramp in dais at 953. Who supports that? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Okay. Only chamber floor ramp construction, 773. Who supports that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Using the money for other needs, such as sidewalks. Who supports that?
I'm not committing to sidewalks, but using it for other needs.
For other needs, I'm for other needs.
Other needs, okay. Okay, and that would be, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and that's the direction.
That's it for this item. We are at a lunch break. If you all want to take 5 minutes to take a biology break, grab your lunches, and then we'll restart once everybody's back in.
Oh, really?
I'm thinking she'll be in until sometime next week. So I'm pretty excited about that. The fact that she wants a puppy, making me like, we'll have to come down to the homeless shelter or the dog shelter and see if we can get her a puppy.
Laura, you good to go?
I am good to go. I recommend, I'm staying between you guys and home, so we'll make it fast.
We're rolling.
Hi, I'm Laura Perry, Deputy City Manager. This is an informational presentation just to provide an update on, again, our capital improvement master planning efforts we have underway, federal infrastructure bill, grant pursuits, and we'll end on a little bit about our multi-purpose arts and entertainment venue feasibility study. So as you all are fully aware, the city owns and maintains a lot of various capital assets with over 140 facilities, 6 rec centers, 3 police districts, and 2 substations, 4,313 lane miles of streets, and 98 bridges. So a lot of assets to maintain, replace, and growing. A little bit about our capital planning approach. You've seen this before. So essentially, capital planning involves many inputs in the city, first of which is obviously a technical evaluation, scope, schedule, cost, what does it take to address the project need. We build upon and leverage prior outreach on capital needs, so your ward town halls, things you're hearing from your constituents, departments take that in, we evaluate that. We also have several studies and plans that we've done in the past and are continuing to build on that. And then stakeholder engagement, and of course, communication around our needs, which we've done a lot of over the last couple of years. So the city 2 years ago put together a capital improvement master plan. We've brought this to you all probably about 4 times over the last couple of years. And through that, this is a prioritized working document. So subject to change, subject to evolve as new capital needs come forward, and certainly will change as we complete a lot of our master planning efforts for capital that we have underway this year. The plan is currently prioritized based upon the 6 elements that you see here. Can be done in 5 years. It improves the existing assets, conforms with our comp plan, addresses a current or future need. Aurora is faced with a lot of growth and infrastructure demands, and so that is balanced with the need to replace and maintain what we have today. Enhancing accessibility across the city, and then of course supporting economic development. So in total, our total need is about $608 million. That is tiered across 3 tiers. Tier 1 being the highest priority based on those 6 that you saw on the previous slide. Tier 2 and Tier 3 moderate and lower priority. No changes have been made to this since council has last seen this. We've obviously continued to evolve and look at amounts. So various transportation needs, many of which you'll see asterisks next to where we were successful in securing and or will be applying for state or federal funds to address in the transportation space. Public safety facility needs. We'll talk a little bit about the public safety master plan that will be kicking off here this month. We have the net amount for park renovations. I mentioned the $13 million. 9 is net the amount programmed in ARPA. We just also completed the PROS master plan, which has various recommendations there. The MLK Library, we are reconstructing the second floor into a maker space via the receipt of a $2.5 million congressional earmark. So that's underway, so the amount shown is the net amount to complete the full facility renovations. And then we have a to be determined for our facility ADA improvements that we talked about earlier.
Yes, Councilmember Gardner.
The cost estimate, Laura, is that design or is that to complete the project?
Full project cost, design and construction.
Okay, thanks.
So we did fund deferred roadway maintenance, which is our next slide. So under the sponsorship of Mayor Pro Tem Zvonek, we pursued a new program to pave our residential streets to bring them up to good pavement condition. Many of them were in very poor pavement condition. We had a very successful 2023. Major kudos to the Public Works Department for all their hard work on this. We completed 35 subdivisions, and you'll see a couple pictures here of the streets that were paved, very nice. And we are going into the new year, and we'll be bringing an update here to council on 2024's plan very soon. Tier 2 projects, so these are the projects in Tier 2, bridge widening Alameda over I-225. Again, several police district building improvements, recreation center needs for Utah in Beck Pool. The Beck Pool is in need of replacement. We've continued, I should say, to study these amounts and alternatives. We recognize these are big numbers, so different scope options to address immediate needs of these facilities. And then last, Central Library, we have a $3 million pending congressional earmark to build out the former studio space into a teen center. That's awaiting approval by Congress as part of the appropriations bill.
I'm sorry, can you do, what was the last one again?
We have $3 million for Central Library renovations.
Okay.
And it is to build a teen area within the library.
Councilmember Bergen?
I have a question on the district police building improvements. Is that District 1?
That is citywide, so that.
But one is like in horrific shape. One? District 1?
I think each of the districts has their own needs. I don't see the chief here, but I think they're all, I think each of them needs renovations. District 1 has some challenges, District 2 has some challenges, and I think District 3, we know there's some space constraints.
Councilmember Coombs?
So I was just wondering, in terms of the public safety facilities, it seems like there's no discussion of judicial and courts. And during the space study that was conducted in 2021, they had indicated actually that police headquarters and the courts are both nearing the end of their functional life. So is that part of the public safety capital improvement master plan?
Public Safety Master Plan is focused on police, fire, and 911. We recognize there are needs in courts and in the facilities there. We have been having conversations with them. We are currently relooking at the space study right now, but certainly they're on the need.
So I think Councilmember Coombs raised the issue about 911, I think in part. Well, is that, where are we at with 911 in terms of, do they have space needs beyond what they have now?
I know Tina was here to talk about, but our public safety master plan that we're going to be kicking off is really going to get into more of those details around those needs in terms of 911 capacity, needing a new facility, and we'll provide recommendations around that.
Okay. Any other questions on Tier 2?
You know, to follow up on Councilmember Coombs' question, there are a lot of needs that are outside this list. I think this list was originally $4 billion, and it has been prioritized down to priorities, and so there's a lot of need in the city, money which we funnel through our annual budget process. So I just wanted to announce that. And last, Tier 3 projects, again, these have not changed. So various transportation needs, public safety again, with the expansion of Capstick, Fire Station 4, or Station 4 replacement, city facilities, a new satellite facility, we're growing as a city, and then parks improvements and library improvements.
So Montview did not make the list.
Montview is, we consider that a partner project, and we'll get into that in a second in our federal funding update. So as we've kind of talked about today, there's a lot of different tools the city has available to fund capital project needs. We bucketize those into 3 areas: pay as you go. So that's your annual budget. We talked about capital impact fees. These are one-time funding that the city has in its coffers to pay for project needs as on an annual basis. Multi-year financing. So this is several tools that the city can use, such as GO bonds that requires a vote of the people to approve. Revenue bonds, Aurora Water utilizes revenue bonds to pay for their infrastructure. Certificates of participation, which takes one asset, uses it as collateral to borrow from a bank to pay for the project. Private placements and bank loans, and then special assessment obligations. And then last is grants and partnerships. And so the city has actually in the last year had a lot of success in securing Dr. Cog tip funds. We continue to look for other people's money to pay for our needs and try to get as creative as we can to get as much money in our coffers to address our infrastructure needs as possible. That's a good segue. So at the 2023 Winter Workshop, we brought forward a full result of a full analysis to council of capital project needs, available investment in infrastructure funding that's available, and then the match. And so we have a strategic advisor on contract who looks at grant opportunities, helps us evaluate projects against the criteria in those grant opportunities. And at the time, we brought forward a candidate list of transportation projects. I have that on the next slide. And council endorsed us taking that the next step on figuring out funding, grant opportunities, and solidifying more of a plan to proceed in securing funding for those projects. The Infrastructure Act also has other funding buckets for sustainability, as Councilmember Menino mentioned earlier. So we're continuing to also look at other opportunities. For example, currently the city, we applied for a Protect grant to help fund the reconstruction of 56th Avenue. That's greatly needed. That grant is pending. We're waiting on a decision, but that's just an example of a window of opportunity for a project need that we had come up that we took the opportunity to go for. So in the budget, we mentioned to council, we had a wildly successful year with the Dr. Cog tip process. There were 4 processes for applications this last year. And you'll see we were able to secure design and environmental clearance, or NEPA funding, to support getting a lot of our transportation projects that are fairly large needs for the city further closer to being ready for construction. And so one thing to note, for federal, when you're going for federal funds to federalize a project, it's a sequential process. So you have to complete design, environmental clearance, and then go into construction. And that has to happen before you apply for a federal grant. Unfortunately, there's not much concurrency in the process to make it move quicker. And so Public Works will be taking the next step on these various projects, plus other projects that we're partnering with Adams County on for a safety study. The Highline Canal Underpass is another one that we secured funds to do. So all of these will be moving forward. So the projects that we presented at the 2023 workshop to council, that council endorsed moving forward on further evaluation for infrastructure bill monies, were Peoria Bridge, Montview Complete Streets, Havana Street, ADA compliance for sidewalks, bridge replacement at Alameda over I-225, and then, of course, our Gun Club Road multimodal project. And starting at the top, so Peoria, we've received monies through Dr. Cog tip to continue to progress design and NEPA on that. That project, we are eyeing either the 2024 bridge replacement program or the 2025 raise cycle. So you'll see a lot of ors here. As NOFOs or notice of funding opportunities come out, we've been studying those in partnership with our strategic advisor to really hone in on what's the right opportunity for the right project. So we've learned a lot over the last 2 years as project NOFOs have come out, as project awards have been awarded, and have really been able to evaluate what is the best opportunity to position the city to be successful in going through these programs. There's a lot that goes into a grant application for a federal grant, and that includes a benefit cost analysis. We have to work very closely with CDOT on any projects we federalize. And so being cognizant of that, we want to make sure we're targeting the right program for the best chance. Montview Complete Streets, also another really important project for the city. We've been working closely with a couple of partners on the campus on this project. We recognize the great need to enhance the campus and provide pedestrian safety through this project. And we'll be looking at either the Reconnecting Communities grant opportunity coming out later this year or the 2025 RAISE opportunity. We are currently working with CDOT on environmental clearances. CDOT has estimated that that will take 6 to 9 months to complete. We are also evaluating congressional earmark opportunities. So a couple weeks ago, the announcement came out around information regarding requirements for the earmarks. So we are evaluating earmark opportunities, obviously subject to you all's approval and conversation through advisor, to help offset some of the costs on the projects, to get them federalized and again, move towards more readiness to go for infrastructure grants.
The design work is done, is it not?
Design's 100% done. It is ready to go to construction, subject to the environmental clearance process, funding, and preparing benefit cost analysis, other engineering requirements associated with putting in for a federal grant.
One of the, real quick, this is just a good place to touch on, we'll just do it here. You see the range in the local match. Typically, that's because most of the federal programs require a 20% match, but you get more points if you overmatch. And right now, what our strategic advisor is telling us, typically you're seeing projects that are successful, they're in the 40 to 50% local match. So for that $35 million Montview project, sure, we could meet the minimum requirement and go forward with the $7 million local match. We're likely not to get awarded. We're probably, if we want to be more successful, we probably need to be thinking about that, something closer to 40 or 50%. So you're not talking about a $7 million local match, you're talking about a $17.5 million local match. So it's free money, but it's not entirely free.
Councilmember Bergen.
On the infrastructure, the federal bill that came out with the monies, so I know you have to apply with grants, but was it based on populations of states and then cities, or just more?
No, so there was not a direct allocation to cities.
That's what
unfortunately. It was not formula funds. However, states and DOTs did receive increases in some of their formula funds. So for instance, our bridge formula program that CDOT runs for state bridges, that saw a bump. That is pass-through money. We have to work closely. CDOT has certain criteria, state criteria for other programs. The rest of the money was applied to discretionary programs like the RAISE program, and those funding pots increased to provide more funding for competitive opportunity for projects.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Question maybe for Jason. On Montview, I thought that we were not going to federalize it.
Yeah, that's one of the things we're looking at on some of these things, because within all these projects, there is a cost to federalize a project. And so at some point, given those overmatches, depending on the scope and scale of the project, you're exactly right. It may be as cost effective to not necessarily federalize it. So it really depends on the scope and scale of the project. On Montview, we have talked to our campus partners about, do we want to apply for a federal grant? Do we want to look at some other things? who would fund the local match. So that's, I think, leading to some discussions around, it might be on Montview easier to not federalize that project.
Can I have asked a follow-up on, just on the campus in general? You don't know this, but they just went through a process of redoing the master plan. I think it would be worthwhile to have, it's Tribe Architects that are doing it, to have them come and present to council the updated master plan for the campus. And the purpose would be looking at all of the infrastructure needs on the campus and determining, and really having a plan. Because I think some of the frustration with the people who are on the campus is we talked about potentially looking for grants and then not doing it, and now it's back up here again. And so they might say, what is the plan to get some of the infrastructure that's needed on the campus complete? And so I think having a presentation of the updated master, first, I think it'd be great for the mayor and I and Councilmember Gardner have seen it, because we were on the FIC board, but I think it'd be good for the rest of council to see the updated master plan.
Very good point.
It's very exciting. And so if we could do that at a study session, that'd be great. But then we could dig into the infrastructure needs and help develop a plan for that campus.
Understood.
So that's Montview, Havana Street corridor. We're looking at neighborhood access and equity grants this year, as well as a possible congressional earmark to bring forward to you all. We talked a little bit about sidewalk gaps earlier. Alameda over I-225. We are entering design and NEPA on that to get that ready for a future bridge investment program application, possibly in 2025. And then same for Gun Club Road, possibly a raise application in 2026 following. Oh, I see that. There's also potential partnerships as well for Alameda over I-225 and Gun Club Road. So, council set aside in the budget funding to support local match. Obviously, the funding will not cover all of the 40 to 50% matches required on the projects in the previous slide. So that's, as I mentioned, we are trying to be creative on creating capital stacks or funding plans around these projects to be able to get them closer to having sufficient local match to go for grants, and or, as was stated earlier, maybe not federalizing. So that's a continuous conversation we're having internally. Okay. All right, pivoting to master planning efforts. So earlier in the budget process. Oh.
Mayor, can I ask a question? Because I didn't, whatever happened to the conversation around possibly going to the voters about funding some of this stuff? And the reason I ask is because, you know, the more we push off these projects, the more expensive they're going to get. The more the city grows, the longer the list is going to get, and the more expensive it's going to get. So I guess at some point, we need to have a conversation. What kind of city do we want to have? The voters need to decide what kind of city do they want to have. This is not a list of, you know, this isn't gold-plated toilets and things like that. I mean, these are roads that are decades behind needing to be upgraded. Gun Club is a good example. Montview. These are projects that we really need to have. They're not good to haves, they're need to haves. And so I guess whatever happened to that conversation, we had a consultant come in a couple years ago, and we kind of kicked the can down the road. And you know, there's obviously been success in Denver and in Colorado Springs and other municipalities when they go out to the voters with specific projects. And I understand the hesitation around, you know, tax questions, but to me, I look at it as letting the voters decide, you know, what kind of city do they want to have. So I guess whatever happened to that conversation?
So that is something we need to bring back to council. We wanted to update our revenue forecast, take a look at COPs that will be expiring, to look at exhausting as many resources as we can to address the capital needs, and talk to council about that. So that is still a pending conversation that we need to come back to you all on. And this was part of that strategy as well, is exhausting as much as we can and then coming back to council with the financial plan.
But let me just say to Councilman Gardner's point that it felt like we were in the middle of this process, and we didn't terminate the process. I think staff somewhere terminated this process, and I have no idea what happened to it, but I think that if there were any polling or anything that was done, it would be great to share that with council. Councilmember Bergen.
Yeah, having been on council for 8 years, we've had this discussion numerous times, and we always get to that point.
Right.
And then it's like, well, we have to do a campaign, and I don't know what happens, but it pretty much stops. But I want to say, it is important for us, as Councilmember Gardner said, to look at this because the county, Arapahoe County, was going to go out to the voters for a sales tax increase that we were opposed to, obviously affects our revenues. If they jump ahead of us and go out for a sales tax increase, when we have our own needs, we'll probably never get a sales tax increase if they hit before we do.
Further, any other comments? Please proceed.
Mayor, if I can respond. So for the bond conversation, we've been having that for the last 2 years, and not specifically on the tool, but the capital planning piece. So we came to council 2 years ago and received approval to move forward to do 2 things. One was to first utilize all the tools we had available, and at the time that was a COP, to complete 35 million in our neighborhood streets. And through that process, work on an educational campaign and an engagement campaign with our neighborhoods to build credibility in being able to implement major projects in the city. And so over the last year and a half, we've been heavily engaged in the educational campaign around how capital projects are funded, how we are strong stewards of taxpayer dollars, and all of that has been done concurrently with capital planning conversations around the needs list. So the capital improvement plan that we've brought to you with the priorities that we've had discussions about the last 2 years is laying the foundation for that. The next step, as you all are saying today, is to come back to you with a more concrete financial discussion on the needs and a plan of what a bond could look like, and seek your endorsement to take a next step to further explore that.
Right.
So
And
we
I
will
don't-
do that.
And I don't want to beat this down, but we were at a point where we had that discussion. I think we even engaged an outside entity, and I had talked to, in fact, the city manager about why don't we focus on public safety, infrastructure issues, and then it just went away. And it wasn't our decision for it to go away. It just kind of went away. Okay. And so, but I appreciate where you are on this, but I just want to raise it. Okay.
Okay. All right, so jumping to master planning efforts. So this year, we have several concurrent master planning efforts. You all have heard a lot about our multimodal transportation plan, connecting Aurora. You'll continue to hear more. This is really going to be a foundational basis for multimodal transportation standard strategies in the city. The city's never had a transportation plan, so we're very excited to have this in place, which will guide policies and standards going forward. Our public safety master plan, so there's a great need for our public safety facilities in the city, both existing, both to plan for future growth, to understand how the infrastructure is supporting our public safety operations. And so we have hired a consultant to come on board and thoroughly evaluate the operational considerations and any existing deficiencies in our safety facilities, evaluate need going forward, and really help us understand what good looks like for a 5, 15, and 25-year horizon. That work's actually going to be ramping up this month, and through the next year, council will be receiving updates on that as well.
Councilmember Jaworski.
Councilmember Coombs brought up at the beginning of this that the courts was left out of this, the capital improvement projects, but now they're also left out of public safety. That's a problem for me. And actually, when we talk about going out and doing this study to find out what facilities are ADA compliant or not, it is my understanding that our court is not at all ADA compliant. So they've now been left out of public safety and capital improvement projects altogether, and I know that they are not ADA compliant at our courthouse.
Well, would everybody make sure that your green light is on when you're speaking on your, okay, thank you. Yes, Councilmember Combs.
But my understanding was that all city facilities, including the court and the jail, would be included in the ADA
That's correct.
assessment, right? But the rest of your point still They're left out stands. for now. They're left out for now.
Okay. Please proceed.
Okay, other plan, master plans, so we have the pros master plan that'll be coming forward for council discussion and approval in this month and next. That plan will guide the development and growth of our parks, rec, and open space system. Other planned facility master plans, so in the budget, we have dollars programmed to further study our capital needs across golf. We'll be engaging in a Aurora Public Library strategic plan or capital plan. We don't have one as a city currently. Looking at the Aurora Reservoir for opportunities there to enhance attendance and improve the infrastructure there. And then we've talked a lot about ADA assessments. So then last, arts and entertainment venue study. Under the leadership of Councilmember Gardner, council endorsed staff moving forward with a study of a new arts and entertainment venue in Aurora. The first phase of that was really focused on alignment. We had various ideas, we had various stakeholders, various definitions. And so we came to council at the spring workshop in April last year, and council endorsed moving forward with the study of a larger multi-purpose venue with 2,000 to 3,000 seats was the scope we talked about in April. Since then, we did an RFP process and have engaged a consultant to complete the deeper feasibility study work on a facility. And the attributes of that are listed here, and then going to the next slide. So what that looks like this year is, you'll see there's 5 elements as part of that. The first is a deeper market analysis. So if you recall, the former consultant did do some preliminary market analysis for you all and showed where there was opportunities in terms of types of programming, who our competitors were, the types of facilities that were in the region. This will go down a next level deeper on economics, demographics, taking a look at Aurora as a destination market, and hone in on areas of opportunity for us. From there, that pivots into stakeholder engagement, so obviously talking to each of you on what you would like to see in a new venue, having focus groups, having interviews with industry, the AEGs, the Live Nations of the world, and engaging the public. Facility and site analysis, building off of that, deeper level, looking at any trends, really honing in on what types of programs will be offered. Are we gonna offer concerts? Are we gonna do sports? Are we going to do all of the above? That then factors into the square footage and the scope of what you're going to build, and what amenities you're gonna offer, and of course, where you're gonna build it. And so there'll be conversations with council about potential sites to further study. Building off of that, then you get into the finances. How much is it gonna cost? How much is it gonna cost to operate it? What are the development cost estimates? And obviously demand projections, so attendance, calendar, development, and that will result in a project concept and renderings. And then last and most importantly is the economic impact of such a facility. So true economic impact analysis, looking obviously too at the fiscal impacts for Aurora, how much tax will it generate for us? And then funding strategies. How do you pay for capital, operations, partners, et cetera? The most important thing to note on this slide is after every box, there will be a touch point with council. So after the market analysis, before we take the next step, we'll come to you all, report out, get guidance, and takes the next step. So you will see that through the course of 2024. The consultant selected is Johnson Consulting. They're based out of Chicago. Their team consists of MIG, which is a local architecture firm who's done work on the Colorado Convention Center and the National Western Center. Schuler and Schuck, which is a firm that specializes in AV, equipment, acoustics of facilities, and then the theater projects will also be on the team as part of a strategic advisor, bleeding from the first phase of the work.
Councilmember Bergen.
You mentioned it's not just necessarily a performing arts center or whatever. So will the consultant look at sports type of?
Yes. Yes, defining what it is the biggest part of this work. This is that deeper level down that you all will be engaged in.
Councilmember Hancock was not here during those discussions, and I think you wanted to make sure that we could do monster truck competition.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Cage fighting too.
You be in there.
Tell the consultant our work is done here. Boom, done.
Oh, no. Councilmember Hancock.
With this being a multi-purpose facility, will they be looking at educational components to that so they can be used for?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All options are on the table.
Okay.
Yeah.
Further questions?
Makes my brain
Thanks.
All right.
Good
That's the
job.
last
Thank you, Laura.
major item we've got. I don't know if you all have any issue updates. We do have one miscellaneous item. Marshall needs to give you a quick update. We're getting ready to declare drought conditions. Just kidding. Just kidding. So there you go.
Too soon, too soon. All right, too soon. Go ahead, Marshall. All right.
That drought thingy out of this. Okay. Marshall, you got the floor.
Thanks for that. By the way,
Only up from here.
no drought this year. We're not, I can tell you already, we're not going to declare a drought in 2020.
There you go.
Give you a heads up, we visited recently about an opportunity to acquire a bunch of water rights in the Arkansas Basin. We've been negotiating with the agricultural partner. It will be a private-public partnership. We finally, Thursday, finalized the deal points of that purchase and sale agreement, which means a couple of things. The non-disclosure agreement that we had signed is now lifted because the deal points have been negotiated. So we are moving forward with a lot of public communication. The deal points were finalized on Thursday, and by Thursday, probably midday Thursday, and by Thursday evening, I was already getting really interesting emails that were way off on what the deal looks like. So we're trying to communicate out there what it is. There will be a lot of public scuttle on this deal. It's a very new concept. It will be very popular with some and maybe a little less popular with others. So I'm going to shoot you all an email, a communication of some of the deal points that we have put out there publicly already. Good chance there will be some news stories, some publicity on this. If you have any questions, please reach out. If you have anybody reach out to you, feel free to route them over to us and we'll share deal points. We are on track to come to you later this month for formal approval of the purchase and sale agreement. So really good news, but it might be a few weeks of some interesting publicity. So I'll go hit send on an email right now. And again, let me know if you have any questions.
Marshall, unfortunately, that tension is pretty normal, is it not?
It is. In the water space, that kind of attention, positive and negative, is going to be there with pretty much any significant deal in the water space. So very typical, just a little bit noisy.
Okay. Any questions of Marshall? Thanks, Marshall.
That's all we have, sir.
That's it. Thanks, everybody. Great job.
That's it.
That's it.